pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your...
And we are about to get semi-final number 2 on the way. We're getting ready for the toss. And at the toss we have the captain of the Soufriere team, Chennai Mesbin, Jad Goodman of the Gros Knights, and umpire Alan Ashby. And the match referee for tonight's game is Matthew John. So we'll have the toss. Gros has spins. Tails is the call. And it's head. So Gros they won the toss. Gros Knights they won the toss. And they're going to bowl first. So Jad, can you tell us what's the thinking behind winning the toss and bowling first?
Well, I believe that our bowlers have been doing an exceptional job for us. I believe that we can restrict them to a low total here tonight and come out and do the job with the bat in the end.
Any fears of the weather coming in tonight?
Well, we know last night there were a few showers, but the game was able to continue. The only concern is maybe the outfield might be a little bit wet, so it will be a challenge for the bowlers to grip the ball. But, I mean, that's part and parcel of the cricket. We just have to overcome it.
Just an insight into your team for tonight?
Well, tonight we have Dominic Ogis coming back in. Ryan Goodman will be missing out, and Jadel Cyril will be missing out for Darwin Ford.
Well, all the best for tonight's game.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Chennai, it has been a long road for you, but you've been doing well so far. Are you happy to be batting first tonight?
I will take it as it comes. Our plan was to bowl first also, but we have to go out and back ourselves and put a good total on the board.
I'm sure you had a look of last night's game or probably heard about it. Very good batting track. So what do you think would be your pass score tonight?
We're looking at 170 odds. We need to back ourselves as a batting unit. We haven't passed 150 in this tournament yet, so we're going to go big tonight.
Okay, so in terms of your team?
The team stays the same tonight.
Okay, so well, good luck in the game tonight.
All right, thanks.
So here we have it. The Gros Knights. They have won the toss, and they will be fielding first. Stay tuned.
It's a new day. A day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment. To work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Chozelle is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Chozelle Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pockets every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
At Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your backup. With 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust, this is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
It's a new day. A day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment. To work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Schwezel is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Schwezel Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pocket every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
At Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
It's a new day. A day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment. To work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Choiseul is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pockets every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
At Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914. Or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your Baka, with 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust. This is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
It's a new day. A day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment. To work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Choiseul is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pockets every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
At Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914. Or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your Baka, with 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust. This is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
Yes, good evening, Claudius, and good evening to all of our viewers. Yes, the start, but one would hope that with overs we could have a cracker of a game like we had last evening, where the pendulum swung from both sides. At one time, it appeared that Monrepo had it all sewn up in the bag, only to find out in the end that the Miko Eagles, they were soaring very high. Sylvester. Julian Sylvester and Dwight Thomas. Yes, certainly a fair bit of movement there by Chico, but Dwight Thomas really not been encouraged to play at those deliveries. Yes, now he rehearses the shot, perhaps realizing that he should have gone through the offside rather than looking to play the cross-batted shot.
In the offing, as it's going to be Chico moving in both to Thomas. Thomas wants a single, it's not on, as he's quickly across his Chico to completely over. So good over by Tyrell Chico, just a 1-1 coming. A good start by the Gros Knights. Correct.
Yes, good start indeed by Tyrell Chico, just conceding 1 run. One would say Claudius a mark improvement over what we saw last night with the fast bowlers, where they were really struggling in terms of the number of wides that were considered. So certainly the Gros Knights, they are off to a good start.
Indeed. So Sylvester and Thomas, as we told you, opening the batting. And so this start here, just a 1 run. So Chico has delivered a good set of 6. And it is going to be
young Darwin Ford.
Darwin Ford, who was in fact coming in to replace Cyril, who we saw in the previous game. So Ford moving in bowls to bowl them. Pitched up and a big drive by Sylvester. And the ball crashing into his stumps. So what a start from Ford. First delivery right on the money. And hitting the stumps of the left-handed Sylvester to bring success for the Gros Knights. In the second over, they are 1 for 1 with the man going Sylvester, bowled by Ford for 1. Early success for the Gros Knights.
Yes, good blow struck there by the young man Darwin Ford. A bit of movement off the seam there, and Sylvester looking to play through the covers, and the ball went through the gate and he was castled. So good start there by Ford and good start by the Gros Knights.
Very much so. So dream start for Ford. It's quite an amazing return, Greg Wilson, to pick a wicket up with your very first delivery. And of course, you couldn't ask for a better start. And it's the sort of thing that can really set you up for a very good performance in the game.
Well, Claudius, he's one of the young cricketers who was done admirably well in the school competition. There was one match in particular, I recall, he took some 7 wickets.
Wow. So, an indication that he gets the ball into good areas, because for you to take 7, it means that you are hitting those good lines and lengths. And from the indication of that one delivery, you can see that he is going to be at the stumps as that is getting a big drive by the man who has just come in, Ecstasy Manuel. So we saw Emmanuel doing good work in the preliminary part of the competition. Together with Mesmin, he has been a very important cog in the wheel of the Soufriere Stompers. So they'll need him to consolidate this early loss of Sylvester and to put a good foundation. Ford comes in, bowls to Emmanuel, who is going to get off the mark as he plays it into the offside square. The fielder comes off the point boundary. And 1 to the total. It goes to 2 for 1 as Ecstasy Emmanuel goes off the mark. Soufriere Stompers getting to the semi-finals with 2 victories, as was the case with Gros. So they've got an identical record. They've both won 2 and lost 1. Ford will now bowl to Thomas. He comes in now, bowls to Thomas, who's forward and plays into the backward point region. The fielder coming into field, and there's no run. So small gathering of spectators tonight. Last night we had a lot more. The fans of Monrepo came, they danced, they jumped, they were very happy, but they ended up being disappointed. Outside the off stump as a delivery that has been pushed at it by Thomas, goes past the outside edge, and another good delivery from Ford.
Yes, certainly he's keeping it right, what we would call the corridor of uncertainty. And Dwight Thomas just pushing at this one very tentatively. Fortunately enough, he has not gotten a touch.
Ford moves in, bowls to Thomas, who's using his feet, clips it out towards the mid-wicket region, and will get a single as he gets mark. And the second good 3 for 1. Start the Soufriere Stompers innings.
Yes, certainly a good start by the two opening bowlers. A dream start, really. Young Ford getting a wicket off the very first delivery in his over. And certainly, as I did indicate after the first over, Claudius, it's a marked improvement from what we saw last night in terms of the opening bowlers, the ability to not concede wides very early.
So Chico will continue, and he is going to be bowling to Thomas. So Dwight Thomas is in strike as Chico, number 31 on his back, goes away from us, bowls to Thomas. Thomas is flat batting that over the head of the bowler out towards the boundary and will be pulled back by the man who's coming from mid-on. So 2 to Thomas as he goes to 3, 6 for 1. Thomas maybe not getting hold of that, maybe looking to go perhaps more on the onside. It went straight over the bowler's head, but it has brought him 2 runs. 5 for 1. This is over number 3. This is an 18 over game. Chico away from us, bowls to Thomas. Thomas is looking to flat bat pull. It's sort of difficult to describe the stroke. It's over the off stump, and not for the first time, Thomas not making contact with his attempt to lay bat on ball.
Yes, good delivery there, bowled by Tyrell Chico. This one really zipped through to wicketkeeper Dominic Ogis. Certainly not giving Thomas the leeway to really free his arms.
Yes, no run, and it was going over the stumps. So Chico proving difficult to get away here. Bowls to Thomas. Thomas is driving over the head of mid-off, out towards the boundary, into the long off boundary. In fact, for 4. So he got hold of it on this occasion. It was pitched up on a lofted drive over the head of Lee John at mid-off and out towards the long off boundary for 4. So first boundary for Dwight Thomas, he goes to 7. The third, it's 9 for 1.
Yes, good execution there by Dwight Thomas on this occasion. Tyrell Chico just serving a nice half volley just outside the off stump, and the locked-up drive was properly executed by Dwight Thomas, resulting in 4 runs.
Chico to Thomas is pulling out towards mid-wicket for 4. So successive boundaries for Dwight Thomas, using his feet, coming at the bowler and getting the ball in an area at a line and length where he could have really played a cross-batted stroke and getting it into the vacant mid-wicket region for 4. So successive boundaries for Thomas. He goes into double figures. He's 11, and it's 13 for 1. The table's turning here against Chico. So a number of dot deliveries in the first over, and this is second, but looks like Thomas is getting the measure of him. Chico continues, bowls to Thomas. Thomas is driving, but not getting hold of it. He's on bended knees, and well, the ball going to the mid-off region. Maybe the left leg, Greg Wilson, an opening batter yourself, needed to be a lot, maybe towards the offside to access the offside field.
Yes, most certainly. I think the left leg was just straight down the track, and he was all hands and playing basically a horizontal bat at the same time.
Chico moving in, bowls to Thomas. Thomas is in behind it, but he can't score. It goes the offside. Goodman, the captain comes to field. So the third over is completed. At the end of it, 13 for 1 with Dwight Thomas 11. Well, on 1.
Yes, a good productive over there for Dwight Thomas. One would say third time lucky. We saw he tried that cross-batted shot on 2 previous occasions, and on the third occasion he had proper contact and the ball just raced through the square leg boundary for 4. So as you did indicate, he's certainly now getting the measure of Chico, and we have seen that he's pretty much prepared to go down the track to negate whatever swing there may be. So Davin Thomas now would be into his second over, and certainly he would want to see if he could reap some further success.
Delivery that short and cut away off the back foot by Extus Emmanuel and into the third man, the square foot man boundary for 4. So the total with that boundary going to 17. And Extus Emmanuel getting himself a boundary. So delivery that was short and wide and put away by Emmanuel. So Ford starting this over with a boundary as he will move in once again to Emmanuel. Emmanuel to this delivery is lofting that down the ground, and the fielder at long off will come across to field. The ball being hit straight over the head of the bowler, and Emmanuel just 1. He goes to 6, 18 for 1. It's over number 4. As we told you, Grosile winning the Knights, winning the toss and deciding to field. Captain Goodman takes himself away from slip and posts himself on the edge of the circle at extra cover. Ford from the southern end moves in, balls to Thomas. Thomas is driving into the offside, but Goodman, who's reading the game well, he's just posted himself there and the ball going straight to him. So good defensive work there by Captain Goodman. So a dot ball is produced of the bowling of Davin Ford. We are midway in the 4th over. Thomas 11 from 15 waits as Ford moves to him. He's backing away and looking to hit into the offside and missing. Ball itself not being too far from the off stump as Dominic takes, and Thomas with 2 boundaries in the previous over looking to manufacture the sort of room to be able to hit into the offside. The fielders on the boundary are long on and long off, so there's room on the offside boundary. Delivery that is looking to clip at it down the leg side, doesn't make contact, and the Soufriere Stompers will get the wide as that is away from the pad. So 1 to the total, 1 more, 19 for 1. Thomas very mobile at the crease, Greg, looking to create space and room for himself.
Yes, certainly looking to manufacture a few shots, especially over the cover region.
Ford to this delivery, balls to him. He's driving over the head of Goodman out towards the boundary, and Goodman is in pursuit, but it will be unsuccessful as it goes into the extra cover boundary for 4. So third boundary to Dwight Thomas. He goes to 15, and the total into the 20s, 23 for 1, and Thomas getting hold of it on this occasion.
Yes, just stepping outside the leg stump slightly to access the cover region, because the 2 fielders out, as you indicated, they are long off. So certainly they are acres of real estate over the cover region once it could go past the inner ring.
Ford moving in, balls to Thomas. Thomas is whipping that through square leg out towards the boundary. They've taken 1. It doesn't have enough to get to the boundary as Belfont is onto it and getting the return back in. So 2 more to Dwight Thomas. He goes to 17, and at the end of the 4th over, it's 25 for 1. The Soufriere Stompers, they have been sent in by the Grosile Knights.
Yes, very expensive over there by young Davenport. I think on this occasion we have considered somewhat 12 runs in the over. So certainly the Stompers, especially Dwight Thomas, certainly is picking up the pace, and with the early loss of Julian Sylvester, these two, Excess Emmanuel and Dwight Thomas, would need to continue to be positive out there.
Yes, Greg, continue your thoughts, and then we'll have a change with Clivers coming in.
Yes, so with the early loss of Julian Sylvester, we see, that Dwight Thomas certainly is picking up the pace, and with the shortened version, so to speak, 18 overs, Clivers, they would need to continue pressing the accelerator. We want to say good night to Clivers Jules.
Good evening to you, Greg, and of course, good evening to all our viewers. And wherever you may be in St. Lucia diaspora, we have a change of bowling from the media center end, and it looks like it's John, is it? It's Montoot. It's René Montoot who is going to continue his full delivery to Emmanuel, and Emmanuel driving back down the track. Now this time he's looking for the heave out towards mid-wicket and not making any contact again. So it's 2 dot deliveries to René Montoot, and he's bowling to Ecstasy Emmanuel. And it's been a good period of consolidation from Emmanuel. This time Emmanuel gets under this one. He gets hold of it, a full delivery. He gets it on the full and depositing it into the Johnson Charles stand. What a strike by Ecstasy Emmanuel, getting the measure of René Montoot.
Well, it's just after 9. It looks it's still around dinner time. This was the really buffet delivery. It's like, help yourself, and that he did admirably. Wake up into the Johnson Charles stand. So certainly they are moving on very nicely. These two, Excess Emmanuel and Dwight Thomas.
And Excess Emmanuel has moved very quickly on to 12 from 7 deliveries with 1-4 and 1-6. So a very healthy strike rate from Excess Emmanuel, a strike rate of 171.43. And of course, Dwight Thomas, who's been motoring along very nicely as well, is just using his feet a lot and manufacturing, as you would have coined before, Greg Wilson, manufacturing shots and getting himself into, and his team, a pretty good consolidation by the two, good partnership in the making, having lost Julian Sylvester very, very early. The two came together and looking pretty solid.
Yeah, this was one because the early loss of Julian Sylvester came in the first delivery in the second over by Davenport. So certainly they have put on a 30-run partnership.
And René Montoot, he'll be continuing left arm around the wicket, and you see him really wiping that ball as there's a bit of moisture and shot again pulled out towards wide along one. It's going to challenge a rope. It does get into the boundary. 4 more to Excess Emmanuel, and Excess Emmanuel is dealing in boundaries here. René Montoot just pulled it back. A touch too short, really a rank long hop from René Montoot, and Excess Emmanuel giving him the treatment. On this occasion, he's overcompensating, Greg.
Yes, certainly he has, but with the batting team still in the fielding team, still in the power play, we see the boundary riders are more on the person on the extra cover boundary now. He has forced the change. So certainly this last delivery was just another buffet delivery, was help yourself, and that he did on this occasion. Did not get the maximum, but got 4 valuable runs for his team.
And a good consolidation, good start really for Excess Emmanuel. He's put Montoot and Goodman under pressure. Montoot again rank and hit in the air, and it's taken very easily. What a soft dismissal, having gotten 10 from the over, and René Montoot again serving what one might consider another buffet delivery, and just really mishitting and presenting Tariq Edward with a pretty soft chance.
Well, on that occasion, on the buffet table, there was a bit of honey. I think he got drowned in that honey. Certainly, this one should have disappeared again. But he sort of mistimed and presented a relatively easy catch to Tariq Edwards. So disappointing start to what was shaping up to be a good enterprising inning by Excess Emmanuel.
When Montut will consider himself really lucky there to have gotten a wicket on another long hop, but it might have been a case where Excess Emmanuel was looking to overhit the ball, was trying to throw everything at it, and end up just lobbing a pretty soft chance to Tariq Edward at mid-on. And Tariq Edward, a player of his stature, his quality, would take this one, if not 9.5, maybe 10 out of 10 times.
I think most players at that level would have taken that catch because there was no venom in there. It just basically lobbed to Tariq Gabriel, but another timely blow struck there by the Grizzly Knights.
And we see Tennessee Hippolyte coming in to join Dwight Thomas and to replace Extus Emmanuel, who has just held out to Tariq Edward of the bowling of Montut. Montut continues, left arm over the wicket to Tennessee, and Tennessee is getting a one that he looks to cut outside of stump, comes out of the thick outer portion of the bat, out towards short third man, and it's going to be a dot ball to finish the over. Expensive, but a wicket nevertheless for René Montut and the Sale Grizzly Knights. They have restricted, having sent the Soufriere SRDF Soufriere Stompers in. They, after 5 overs, they have 35 for 2, and the Sale Grizzly Knights having taken 2 of the top order batters.
Yes, they have gotten 2 top order batters, but 35 after 5, so we simply look at 7 runs and over, and they certainly would want to build on the sort of momentum. Climax from the 3rd over, they got some 10 runs, 12 in the 4th and 10 in the 5th. So certainly you could see an upward trajectory in terms of the scoring for the Super Stompers.
And it's going to be another change for the Sale Grizzly Knights. It's a Tariq Edward, is a right arm off spin from the pavilion end, and his first delivery fires this one in, well taken there by Dominic O'Gist, stunning up to Edward. Edward fired this one in outside of stump. Dwight Thomas looking for that drive outside of stump. Again, Dwight Thomas looking for a big drive. And again, we see Dwight Thomas very mobile at the crease. He's kind of losing his shape, and he's clearing his left leg, looking for that big heave and moving away from the ball as well, Greg Wilson, and not making the desired contact that he wants. We see a change in the field. The sweeper goes out on the boundary, the cover boundary, as Edward moves in, right arm over the wicket, and he is just losing his rhythm a touch, and he is pressing the reset button to Tariq Edward. And Dwight Thomas has not been able to make any contact. This time he does find the gap as well out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. They come through for a single, but Dwight Thomas, really, Greg Wilson, a lot of movement around the crease. How good is that for a batsman to do? What impact does it have on the bowler and his length?
Well, for some bowlers, it tends to really throw them off, but some bowlers, they are set. They have a clear mind as to what exactly they want to do, and no amount of movement would really put them off when they are approaching the crease.
Again, it's Edward into Hippolyte, and Hippolyte just stucks this one out towards Quelleg and comes through for a single to take the score on to 37 for 2 and 5.2 overs. 37, no, I think it's 5.4 overs, really. 37 for 2, and Dwight Thomas in the air, and is it taken? Has it? It's gone down, but he made a valiant stop there, and again, opportunity presented, a tough opportunity though, Greg Wilson, and just being missed. Nevertheless, 2 runs taken.
Yes, good effort there by the fielder at the mid-off region, but it was firmly struck by Dwight Thomas.
And one delivery to go, 39 in the air and over the top of the fielder and might have gone over the rope as well. And we wait for the signal from the umpire over the long off fielder. 6 runs to finish off the over. Dwight Thomas is on the charge, Greg Wilson.
Yes, good end to the over there by Dwight Thomas, but from the onset one could have seen he was clearly moving around, looking to really take full advantage of the power play, and I thought the field placing on this occasion was perhaps a little poor, in the sense that Dwight Thomas has always shown the indication that he wants to go straight down, and we saw the fielder at the long on boundary was brought in to strengthen the extra cover, which I feel, well, it should have been the fielder, because with the sort of length that Tariq Edward is bowling more a full length, and the possibility is always Dwight could either go over the cover region or straight down the wicket. So I felt they missed the trick on that occasion.
Chad Goodman just probably missing the trick on that occasion. Probably not asking Tariq Edward to bowl different line, different length, and we're going to see another change from the Sale Grosley Knights. At the media center end is going to be Siobhan Joseph. Siobhan Joseph to Tennessee Hippolyte, a very experienced campaigner. Tennessee Hippolyte, former national player as well. Shot and pulled out towards fine leg, and it will go into the boundary. Shot and really missing his line there. This one was short and heading down the leg side already. Tennessee Hippolyte just stepping inside the line and helping himself to 4 runs, Greg.
Yes, good execution there by Tennessee Hippolyte. 4 start to the over there by Siobhan Joseph. Badly line delivery.
Badly line delivery, really a nightmare for any captain if your bowlers are not giving you the support, bowling to their field. And Joseph short and down the leg side, he moves into make amends, and he is again, he's on the line of off stump, full line length as well, bringing Hippolyte forward, plays it into the offside, and it's a dot delivery. The score remains on 49 for 2 after 6.2 overs, and the power play might have been 5 overs, Greg Wilson, as Joseph moves in again to Hippolyte. Outside of stump and looking for the big drive is Tennessee Hippolyte. Umpire Maffrey says this one is a little bit too far out, and he does signal the wide, but Tennessee Hippolyte reaching for it and not making any contact, and with that extra, the 50 comes up for the SRDF Soufriere Stumpers.
Yes, 50 in 5.2 deliveries, so certainly a good start indeed.
It's 6.2 again. Siobhan is on target. This one played into the onside, and Siobhan is looking for the run out, but Tennessee did take all the pace off the ball, and there had been a bit of a mix up with the non-striker and the bowler looking to effect that run out, but they come through in the end for a well taken single. Tennessee Hippolyte just dropping this one into the onside and calling Dwight Thomas for the run.
Yes, good cricket there. And considering that Dwight has been out there from the onset and he's striking the ball, it's important that you see the rotation of strike.
Joseph, this time to Thomas, and Thomas is looking to dab this one through the gap there, out towards the boundary at backward point. It will not get there as Trent Belfont, who's very fast, does the recovery work and cut it just inside of the backward point boundary, and they take another couple of runs. Dwight Thomas moves on by 2 to 28. 28 as Joseph comes in again. The score moves on to 53 for 2. Joseph to Thomas. Thomas again is looking for a dab out towards the gully region, and Belfont is patrolling that area. They come through for another single, and really Dwight Thomas with his smart batsmanship now putting a bit of pressure on the field, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly looking to get a run of every delivery. Just one dot ball so far in the over.
And they are really scoring 9s and 10s very easily now, as Tennessee gets a short lifting delivery outside of stump, and he plays inside the line. It goes through to the wicketkeeper Dominic August, and after 7 overs, 54 for 2 with Dwight Thomas on 29 and Tennessee Hippolyte on 6. A run ball 6 from 6. Dwight Thomas 29 from 25. So far, Greg Wilson, good batsmanship, good application shown by the batsmen of the SRDS Soufriere Stompers.
Yes, good impressive knock from Dwight Thomas. So far, we've seen him looking to step outside of the leg stump to access the cover region, hitting straight down the track. So certainly, Dwight Thomas certainly looks a different batsman tonight. He looks really on for the challenge. It looks like he wants to be the one to take his team through to the finals. He wants to make a good contribution, especially with the bat first off.
And he is looking good so far. Tariq Edward will have different ideas about that finals. He definitely wants to be the man to raise his hand. He comes in from the players pavilion end, right arm over the wicket to Thomas, and Thomas is getting a delivery outside of stump, looking for the late cut, not making any contact, and the wicketkeeper August makes a smart take. And Thomas is just expressing his anguish at not making contact at this delivery. Tariq Edward again, Dwight Thomas is looking for that exact same shot, same delivery, and same shot being tried, not making contact. So it's an identical bit of cricket there, Greg Wilson.
Yes, I think Dwight Thomas needs to get the back foot across a bit further, because he's sort of pulling away from the delivery, and the delivery is going away from him. So it's always going to be difficult for him to put back to ball.
And really, Greg Wilson moving away, trying for that cut, and now reinforcement into that third man gully region. And Tariq Edward again is a bit straighter on this occasion. Dwight Thomas plays this one out towards extra cover, finds the skipper Jad Goodman. There's no run, so 3 dot balls from this over so far from Tariq Edward. His ball 1.3 overs, none for 10. He moves in very quickly, turning over very, very quickly to Thomas. And Thomas finds the bat this time, but can't find the gap. Belfort fires the return in, and you could see Jad Goodman. There's a bit of thought in his captaincy, in his field placing tonight. Might have missed the trick on some occasions, but he got it spot on this occasion, Greg.
Yes, certainly where they sort of line and limb that Tariq Edward is bowling, he has really strengthened the offside towards the backward point gully region.
In the air, out towards extra cover, out towards the boundary, diving effort from the fielder. It goes through him, and it's 4 more to Dwight Thomas. A very good shot there from Dwight Thomas, inside out, over extra cover, and into the boundary for 4. Excellent shot from Thomas.
Yes, good execution there by Thomas, but on this occasion, Tariq Edward was a bit too full and too close to Dwight Thomas.
Been bowling a good length on this occasion, just earning length, and Dwight Thomas getting the area again, and Dwight Thomas finds the gap, but the sweeper will cut it off inside the boundary, not before they come through for the second. The return comes in, but Dwight Thomas is safely home, and a good finish again to the over, Greg Wilson. A tight one, but 6 nevertheless coming from this over.
Yes, good over indeed there by Edward. Really, in the last 2 deliveries, he really considered runs. The first 4 deliveries, 4 dot ball. But again, Dwight Thomas really busy out in the middle.
And he's moved on very quickly to 35 from 31 deliveries with 4 fours and 1 6, a strike rate of 112. And he's looking to up the ante. He's looking to improve that strike rate. Is Dwight Thomas with every over. And just looking to build it. If they've set themselves a good platform, 8 overs down, 60 for 2. A good platform with 8 wickets in hand, and an area that they can really build on and move away to posting a pretty good score. Greg Wilson, it is... we get some comments from you, and we'll notice, is that the time for that? We carry on here as Siobhan Joseph comes in to bowl to Tennessee, and there is a bit of a chance there. Tennessee is diving. This one does not get through to the stumps of Tennessee. The effort was good enough, but he stayed down. I think just as counting himself lucky, because he responded very late to this delivery. And was there must have been some kind of an injury to Tennessee with that dive.
Well, first the shot he attempted, the ball sort of struck him in the midriff, and then Dwight Thomas called him, and the response was late, and he had to put in a dive.
Was there bat on that, Greg Wilson?
I'm not sure. I saw a signal from the umpire.
So it might have been the edge coming out of the edge of the bat. And no signal from the umpire, so it's a run to Tennessee. And Siobhan is just ensuring that he has everything spot on as he moves into bowl the second delivery of his over 61 for 2, and Thomas is just pulling away. Just want to ensure that he has everything. Oh, he has an issue with his weapon in his instance, calling for a change of bat. He's looking at it, maybe he's spotted a crack somewhere, Greg Wilson.
Most probably the hand may have gotten loose a bit.
And of course, Greg Wilson, these days, these young men have maybe 2 or 3 in the gear bag.
You said 2 or 3. I know the likes of our fellow commentator Jamal James has about 5 in his kit. It's not like the days when myself, Claudius played, where we probably had just 1 or
and you had to share it
or possibly 2 at most.
You probably may have to share your one with a tail ender who does not have a bat.
But as you
did Claudius walk with a bat?
I am not sure, because I don't know how much time he spent in the middle.
That one might have touched a nerve, Claudius.
I know he was famous for letting the batsmen smell the leather.
Siobhan Joseph will continue to Dwight Thomas, who's driving out towards the cover boundary, and the fielder posted anything. Think about the second run, but it's not on Tennessee. Hippolyte has pulled the anchor, and Dwight Thomas was halfway back, but Hippolyte was definitely not interested in that run, and sent Dwight Thomas back. And luckily for him, he was able to get back. Siobhan was asking the question, having received the return and whipped up the bills, but the umpire was not interested. 62 for 2, 8.2 overs delivered as Joseph comes in to bowl this time to Hippolyte. Hippolyte is pushing this one into the onside, out towards square leg. They come through for 1, and that is all there will be as Chico is onto it in a flash. Is that Tyrell Chico?
No.
It's not Tyrell Chico.
Number 31 is Chico.
Number 31 is Chico. I'm seeing the plaited hair bouncing on his head, so I'm just confusing that. Tyrell Chico is wearing the same hairstyle as this gentleman. As Siobhan Joseph moves in again, this time to bowl to Thomas. And Thomas is looking for the big heave, not making proper contact out towards mid-wicket, and goes to the fielder who takes it, and the return comes in not before they come through for another single, and the score moves on by 1 to 64. 64 for 2, 8.4 overs. Siobhan Joseph, he is in his second over, 1.4, and edge found out towards third man, 1 bounce to him, and the return comes in. The single is completed, and again going for the big heave is Tennessee Hippolyte. It comes off the outer portion of the bat, out towards third man. Lucky for him, it didn't carry all the way through.
Yes, getting the thickish outside edge. The Stompers, they are able to get runs off every delivery so far, but yet to find the boundary.
As Joseph moves in, can he get out of the over? Dwight Thomas is charging, and they had just brought third man up, and Thomas getting that boundary that had eluded them for the entire over. Again, Jack Goodman just missing the plot on this last delivery, bringing third man in, and Dwight Thomas threw everything at him. Unfortunately for him, he got that boundary.
Yes, as they say, fortune favors the brave. Just dancing down the track and really threw the kitchen sink at this one. Got a thickish outside edge, and it flew over the head of the man at the short foot man, and got himself 4 valuable runs. That took him up to 41, so he's into the 40s. Certainly he would be eyeing a half century.
Eyeing a half century, would he? He's 41 from 34 balls with 5 fours and 1 6 is Thomas, and we've completed 9 overs, Greg Wilson, and We have in company for Thomas is Tennessee Hippolyte. He's on a runner ball 9 with one solitary boundary. Siobhan Joseph has completed 2 overs, none for 18, as we say goodnight to Jamal James. And viewers, if we had a camera here, I'm sure Jamal James would have taken every prize for best dressed, looking so sharp. Jamal James, welcome tonight.
Good night to our viewers and listeners, and good night to you as well, Clivers.
And very interestingly placed, poised is this game after 9 overs, 69 for 2. A very good platform set there by the Stompers. Montoot will continue left arm around the wicket to Thomas, who's playing this one. It's Hippolyte on this occasion who's playing this one out towards mid-wicket. And they come through for just a single. Not excellent running on this occasion from the pair. We've seen the Hippolyte pulling anchor very quickly sometimes when Thomas is looking for the second run, Jamal.
It's very impressive, the intent that Dwight Thomas has shown tonight. He seems really on for the fight.
As Montoot continues around the wicket, left arm around the wicket to the right, and then Thomas is backing away, looking for that cut shot. Not for the first time tonight, he's backing away and looking to access that gap between a very tight gully and short third man, and not getting the gap on this occasion, and a dot ball resulting. A good result for the St. Grosley Knights. Montoot again into Thomas. Thomas is driving out towards long off. The fielder comes off the boundary very quickly, and he comes through for 1 run. Thomas has moved on to 42 from 36, and Hippolyte is on 10. He's in strike now as he awaits a Montoot who's coming around the wicket to him. Again, a shot and looking to cutting out towards the man on the cover boundary. He comes off the boundary quickly, and the return comes in. They come through for that extra run. With that single, Tennessee moves on to 11. The score moves on to 72 for 2 after 9.4 overs. We've just gone past the halfway mark, Jamal. And what do you think the SRDF Soufriere Stompers would be thinking at this point?
Well, they would be hoping that Dwight Thomas can continue in the same vein. He's batting really well out there, playing the balls on his merit.
And Montoot to Thomas as a full delivery, driving to extra cover. Really what Greg Wilson would like to call a buffet delivery. And he'd be disappointed that he could not do more with that full toss.
Certainly, Dwight Thomas was keen to access the offside there. It looks like it was a premeditated shot. That full toss could have well have been deposited way over deep backward square. But Dwight Thomas, he does favor the offside strokes.
He has looked so all evening long as Montoot, this time over the wicket to Thomas. Run long hop again and pull out towards mid-wicket. Not making the desired contact. But nevertheless, he comes through for the single. And the over comes to an end. A good finish to the over from Rene Montoot. It's about... in the last 3 or 4 overs, we've seen a boundary every over. So Rene Montoot pulling one back and taking the score to 73 for 2 after 10 overs. And the umpires have decided that we're going to get a drinks break after 10. So that's the strategic timeout being taken after 10. I think the umpires might have confused, thought that we're still in a 20-over game and not remembering that it's only an 18-over game, Jamal. But... what do you make of the position of the SRDF Soufriere Stompers at this time?
Being 73 for 2 after 10, a decent platform has been laid for a good launch later on. It's just that given what we have seen from the Soufriere Stompers throughout this entire tournament, we know that the muscle men to come would be in the form of the captain Shanai Mesmin, and we all know the capabilities of Bradley Tiso. So they would be hoping that Dwight Thomas could just bat longer, possibly all the way through the innings, that Mesmin and Tiso could come in to just put the icing on the cake. But as you would have mentioned earlier, bowlers like Tariq Edward would have other ideas. We have yet to see the introduction of Lee John.
Yes, yet to see Lee John. And Lee John, I'm sure, would be looking to come in the back half of the innings. I'm not sure if Lee John has a problem, but we've seen 10 overs being bowled and some 8 overs left. So if Lee John has to bowl his quota of 3, one would think he would be coming in to kind of tighten things up. And Lee John has been fantastic this season for the Sale Grizzly Knights.
Yes, nothing short of exceptional, Lee John, especially to the left-handed batters. I don't think that there are many more left-handed batters to come in this lineup for the Soufriere Stumpers, but he has held his own against the right-handers as well. And a ploy from Jack Goodman to hold back one of his better bowlers towards the end of the innings.
I'm not sure if that will work. One time will tell. But certainly the SRDF Soufriere Stompers, they are very well placed. 73 for 2 with 8 overs to go. They have 8 wickets in hand. And you mentioned the likes of Chennai Mesmin and Tennessee Hippolyte, and definitely they will be looking to tee off whenever they come in, if they do come in. But Dwight Thomas is playing a fantastic hand. He is just 7 runs short of what would be a great half century in the semi-finals of the KFC SPLT20.
Yes, and his running between the wickets has been impressive. He's looking to eke out every run. He's always been a busy sort of player. Sometimes looks a bit frenetic at the crease, but he always likes to come at the bowling. But you mentioned that Captain Judd Goodman may have missed a trick or two, but I think by and large he has assessed the capabilities of Dwight Thomas and has set appropriate fields to really contain him. You realize that when the bowlers have bowled that line outside the off stump to him, 3 men posted behind square on the offside, and there is still a sweeper here, so he has blocked off one of the main scoring areas for Dwight Thomas and looking to force him to do something different.
He's definitely done his homework on Dwight Thomas, and we mentioned Lee John. It looks like the captain has introduced Lee John right after the break. Lee John is coming in to a bowl, and he will be bowling to Thomas. It's Hippolyte he will be bowling to. It's a wide delivery outside of stump is Lee John. First delivery is wide outside of stump. Tennessee just watch this one go through. John, right up over the wicket, 2-10, and this one comes back in sharply and he's bowled him. A ricochet of the bat and he's bowled him. Lee John, he got some turn from this delivery, Jamal, and Tennessee just could not keep this one out. Good sharp turn, good delivery from Lee John.
We would have called it Climax. Where has Lee John been all of this time? And Judd Goodman introducing the trump card of the bowling lineup for the Grizzly team. Lee John, you'd have recognized that first delivery was really wide outside the line of the off stump. Before this delivery, we would not have seen a ball turn for the entire night. But look at the sharp spin here that Lee John was able to extract from the surface at the Darren Simon cricket ground. Not the surface that spins a lot, but that ball looked like it turned a mile.
It definitely looked like it turned a mile, and one could see that the Lee John really set him up with the first delivery. It was outside of stump. It didn't turn much. It didn't do much. It was a bit wide as well. And Tennessee Hippolyte just never expected this one to kick off the surface and just really turn sharply into him. By the time he reacted, got his bat down, it was a bit late. He got an edge onto it and just ricocheted onto his stump. But fantastic start for Lee John. And his captain, Chennai Mesmin, is coming in to replace him. But Lee John has done fantastically well with his first delivery, just his first legal delivery, really claiming that wicket over Tennessee Hippolyte as John continues to bowl to Mesmin. And this time he's down the leg side, and Mesmin really and truly could have let this one go. And they're thinking of the overthrow and a wide signal there. So really good, not a good start from Lee John. Again, he got the wicket, but now he's just letting that one go too far down the leg side.
Yes, and a free gift really given to Mesmin. His first delivery, a ball short and down the leg side. No fielder posted behind square on the leg stump, so he would count himself unlucky to have missed out here. But the delivery from John had some great pace on it.
Yes, certainly pushing them through. Lee John and Thomas is driving outside of some out towards long off, and Chico will come around to his left. That's the feeling. They come through for another run. Dwight Thomas moves 1 run closer to a half century, and he is on 44. Dwight Thomas. Mesmin is yet to get off the mark. Lee John moves in to bowl to Mesmin, and Mesmin is getting a delivery outside of stump. He looks to play the dab, but not making any contact, and the score remains on a 77 for 3. We have had 10.3 overs ball. Lee John moves in. Again outside of stump, and not getting that big turn that we saw earlier, and Mesmin can't seem to cope with it. Is Lee John not looking to turn this one? Probably the sharp turner is his surprise delivery. John again to Mesmin. Mesmin looking for that shot again, can't seem to make any contact, and another dot delivery to Lee John. So this is turning out to be a good over from Lee John. They've pulled things back nicely in this over. That's the first over after the break. Lee John, if he can get out of this over with his final delivery, it'll be a really good over for the Sale Grosile Knights, and driven out towards long on, and a single taken. So another really good over from Lee John, his first of the match. The one in which he claimed the wicket of Tennessee Hippolyte, and at the end of 11 overs, 78 for 3, the SRDS Soufriere Stompers. Shema.
And it shows that this youngster is really learning, and he has been doing so well for the Grizzly team. Now, the odds were really up against him bowling to Mesmin with that breeze going towards the Johnson Charles stand. Usually off spinners bowling from this end here are often deposited way over the Johnson Charles stand, and he's bowling to Chennai Mesmin, a batsman who is quite comfortable and adept at doing that. But he would have mixed up his line and length so well, he would have beaten Mesmin outside the line of the off stump 3 times in a row, not giving him that chance to get under his deliveries. So well bowled to Lee John.
Excellent bowling from Lee John, and Rene Montoute, he will continue. Rene Montoute, left arm over the wicket, and he's bowling to Mesmin, who's looking for the big heave and not making contact on this occasion. The ball just striking him about the body, and another dot delivery. So pressure being mounted here after the break from the Sale Grosile Knights, probably looking for too much on this delivery again. Mesmin can't make contact. Good delivery again from Rene Montoute. Mesmin looking to go across the line of the delivery. Would be better served going through the line of the delivery. Not much turn being extracted here from Montoute again. Mesmin is squared up, comprehensively beaten by Rene Montoute. A good start from him. 3 dot deliveries so far, and it's been pressure since the break on the SRDS Soufriere Stompers. This one, he gets a faint edge on it. There's not much going on. It was slow through the air. Might have gotten some bat, or did it come off the pad? We wait for the signal. It did come off the pad of Mesmin and comes through for 1 leg by. The score moves on by 1 to 79. 79 for 3, but good comeback since the break from the Sale Grosile Knights.
Yes, and I really like what's happening here from Rene Montoute. Remember, he would have started his spell from left arm around the wicket and took some early treatment, but immediately after that he would have gone around the wicket, over the wicket, and would have maintained a tight line and length.
And just running that ball down to short third man, and the return came in. But Chennai Mesmin is very, very quick, and himself and Dwight Thomas showing very good understanding and taking the single. Good communication there. But really, Rene Montoute, since he's gone back over the wicket, has been applying serious pressure on the SRDS Soufriere Stompers batting. Again, this time he's down the leg side, not making proper contact. Trent Belfort will come through from a short fine leg area. No run resulting. A good finish to the over from Montut. An over where he conceded just one under leg by. So 2 runs coming off the over. 80 for 3 after 12. The Sale Gros Knights, Jamal, they are pulling things back after a good first half of the innings from the Soufriere Stumpers.
Yes, a very youthful team, the Sale Gros Knights, and it appears that they would have done their homework on the opposition batters. They know that Chennai Mesmin is very dangerous once the ball is coming into him. And you see all the bowlers keeping the ball very far away from him and not giving him that chance to show us that power that he has shown all throughout the tournament. And that may have just put some pressure on Dwight Thomas, who has been going well.
He's on 45, is Dwight Thomas, 45 from 40 deliveries. John, just still making some adjustments to the field. Goodman, he brings the mid-wicket in very, very tight as John bowls to Thomas. Thomas steps inside the line, a huge step, very, very early, step inside the line, and Lee John just holding this one back, and the umpire signaled a dead ball. Lee John, Thomas going very early on this occasion. He's been moving about a lot in the crease, and John is bowling this one. Thomas is looking for the flat-batted one and not making proper contact on this occasion. And nevertheless, he comes through for the single, Dwight Thomas. One more to him. He moves within 4 of a half century. He brings his captain, Chennai Mesmin, into strike. 81 for 3, 12.1 overs. The John and the captain of the Sale Grizzly Knights, that's Jad Goodman, just a good understanding. You could see that they have some plans, they had some discussions, and they're putting that to fruition here as John moves in to bowl to a Mesmin. A Mesmin in the air, out towards Chico! And Tyrell Chico makes no mistake. Chennai Mesmin, Jamal, you did call it. He's been really made to play out of character here, and great bowling from Lee John. His second wicket for Lee John, and one would think, why did Jad Goodman keep him on for so late?
And I think he was kept on for this exact reason, Clivers. They would have trusted the bowlers up front to do the business and just waiting for the entrance of Lee John. And since that entrance, Clivers, just wow. Picking up the big wicket of Chennai Mesmin, one that the Soufriere Stompers would have been hoping would have carried them through and would have injected that impetus to the innings. But Captain Jad Goodman did not miss a trick here. You always put your best fielders in the hot positions, and no better fielder really than Tyrell Chico. Just look how he made that catch. An acrobatic attempt here from Chico, running and diving forward and tumbling. Really a crowd pleaser from Tyrell Chico. But great bowling once again from Lee John. A good understanding of his skill set. Very good bowling.
Excellent bowling from Tyrell Chico. I thought that from Lee John, Tyrell Chico did add some theatrics to that particular catch, and good for the crowd that he is able to do so. Fortunately for him, he didn't fumble once he did that. Lee John moves in to bowl this time to Bradley Tiso, and Bradley Tiso is swinging for the heels, not making any contact. Again, Lee John, spot on, right on the money. He's getting some encouragement from Dominic O'Giz behind the stumps. But excellent work from Lee John. Again, he bowls to Tiso, and he's asking the question. Umpire Maffrey is unmoved, wraps him on the pad. Looks like this one was a very, very close call, and Bradley Tiso might consider himself very, very lucky, Jamal.
Just looking at the smile on Bradley Tiso's face there, Clivers, seems he may have just escaped. Great bowling once again from Lee John, keeping it tight to the new batter.
Lee John is asking all the right questions of the batting of the Soufriere Stompers. Outside of stump, out in the air, and he's looking for the run, but it's not on as the field placing is perfect for the bowling of Lee John. Just coming off the out, take it outer portion of the bat. Pressure mounting, and we're into almost the completion of the third over since the break, and the run scoring has really halted, Jamal. As John moves into bowl to Tissot again. Tissot is hitting this one down the ground, and he is he just gets one. The fielding comes from Tariq Edward, good fielder on the boundary, and Tissot will get one off the mark with this single, and the score moves on by 1 to 82. 82 for 4. We've had some 13 overs completed. Bradley Tissot, he's just coming in, and he's on 1 from 4. Dwight Thomas, he is on 46 from 41 with 5 fours and 1 6, a strike rate of 112.2. That has gone down since the introduction of Lee John. We'll get some comments from you, Jamal, and then it will be the big hard-hitting batsman, Claudius. He's like Claudius Emmanuel, to take you through to the end.
Yes, Captain Judd Goodman here, bossing things at the moment. He's marshalling his troops, and everything that he has touched tonight has turned to gold. Bringing on Legion at what we thought would have been a bit too late, but it turned out to be the right time. The returns from the off spinner have been very good, and we're seeing the introduction of the left-arm bowler, Belfort. And welcome back, Claudius.
Thank you, Jamal. So 5 overs are left in the innings, 82 for 4. As we told you, this is an 18-over game because of rain. So Belfort will move in, bowls to Tissot. Tissot drives from the inner portion of the bat out to backward square. He wants a second. It's not on. As the return coming in low to Ogis behind the stump. So 1 more to the total, 83 for 4. So Thomas on 46 from 41. He's going to come into strike. And it's very important from the Soufriere Stompers point of view that he bats through. Belfort to Thomas. Thomas advancing and getting the ball very wide of off stump, even going further away with the angle. As wide called, so 84 for 4. So Thomas has shown good intent, good intensity as well. He's been very mobile at the crease. He's found the boundary on 5 occasions, and has gone over it once. He waits, backing away and missing outside of his pads, between himself and the leg stump, actually. And he's not able to make contact. But with all this movement, Jamal, sometimes you tend to maybe overplay it, and with all of this energy and your head being all over the place, you can miss out on scoring opportunities.
And I think he did miss out on a scoring opportunity right there, a ball that had he stayed still, right on the pads for runs.
Belfort to Thomas using his feet and then tugging it along the ground out towards the mid-wicket. Fielder Lee John, who fires the return in on the bounce to the keeper. He takes 1. The total going with the single to 85 for 4. And what is also noticeable about Thomas is that he's got this very open stance, and a lot of the strokes, they are coming almost horizontally, as a delivery that is outside the off stump, a big drive from Tissot, and he doesn't make contact. Ball going into the gloves of Ogis. So Thomas at the non-striker's end. That open stance, Jamal, the balls, the flow of the bat, not as straight as you would expect, and so sometimes he doesn't really get value for the runs, for the strokes down the ground. The bat often in a horizontal pattern as it comes in. Delivery that is been driven out to deep mid-wicket by Tissot. You'll get another single as the return comes in. So they're doing it in singles in this over. 86 for 4. This is the 14th. 4 overs are left after this one. Thomas 47 from 43. So he has been very productive in the innings. And important for him to continue for Soufriere. Belfort moving in, goes to Thomas. Thomas is inside and over the head of the fielder at the circle at the backward square leg and into the boundary at long leg for 4. So a boundary to Thomas, which will bring him his 50 at the end of the 14th. So 50 to Dwight Thomas from 44 balls, and the total going to 90 for 4. And Thomas getting to this important landmark. Well played overall.
Well played to Dwight Thomas. He has been the shining light of the innings thus far for the Soufriere Stumpers team. But a good observation that you made concerning his stance. And with that stance, he's able to be proficient through the offside. But this is why I felt that Captain Goodman really worked him out, possibly a bit too late. But once you go straighter to him, he finds more difficulty in scoring. And this is why he's moving all about the crease, backing away to the leg stump, trying to access the offside once again. But good innovation from him in that last delivery to get that boundary.
Over number 15 started Lee John, moving in, balls to Tisson. Tisson is swinging it out through backward square leg. The fielder comes off the square leg boundary. They've taken one. They'll come back for the second as the return comes into Ogie. So he's not even picking it up, and but being backed up with support on the offside. So 2 more to Tisson. He goes to 5, and the total 92 for 4. This is the 15th over, so we've got 3 after this. Lee John moving in, delivery that's flighted and lofted down the ground, out towards the onside, and over the diving or the jumping fielder, Tariq Edward at long on. And a tantalizing situation here, but it had just enough flight on it to elude a jumping Edward and go for 6. Tisson getting a maximum to go to 11, and the total to 98 for 4. Close call here. Tisson backing himself as he waits. John to him, this time he's driving along the ground out towards mid-on, long on, who picks it up in the mid-on area. Tariq Edward coming forward to do the fielding on this occasion. So
Claudius, I feel that had the taller man been under that catch in the form of Tyrell Chico, there may have been a greater possibility of that catch being taken here. Tariq Edward, one of the better fielders in national cricket, but didn't have the height.
John to Thomas. Thomas driving along the ground. Again, Tariq Edward has to do work. Single for him. Not happy. A lot of effort went into it. It was just a single on the ground to in as the 100 comes up, balls to Tisson. Tisson is lofting that down the ground, but it will fall safely. And Chico will come forward to his right to complete the field as they take one more. .52 from 45 in strike. John in the spin. It's past the keeper down to finally. They've taken 2. The ball is going to be picked up just inside the boundary, and the return will come back on the bounce to 2 more. And here the Soufriere Stompers, they are 103 for 4. Bradley Tisson.
Stumpers really need to get a move on at this point, Claudius. With 3 overs remaining, they need to, I think, get themselves somewhere in the region of 140. Remember last night in that really riveting game, that 140 almost proved to be enough. But the team, the Miku Eagles, were able to chase it down. So Soufriere needs to get themselves somewhere in that region. But I think with Tyrell Chico still having overs to be bowled, and Belfort would have been bowling well, it may be an uphill task.
Well, Goodman is trying to get the attention of his fielder out on the boundary at the extra cover position. So bowling change. Looks like we've got a change at the far end. So Belfort is coming off. Tyrell Chico is being reintroduced. 2 overs, not for 11. So we've got 18 deliveries left in the innings. And Jamal is saying about 140. Can the Soufriere Stompers push towards that total? Chico moving in, bowls to Tisson. Tisson loves that. That's gone high. People are going back from inside the circle.
He's gonna take some catching.
Good catch. No, put down. Put down a delivery that was pitched up, and that went very, very high indeed. And some 3 fielders chasing from the edge of the circle at the extra cover position. And it was a difficult one with the ball having to come over the shoulder and running and trying to get your awareness and your orientation put down. 1 to Tisson. Tisson is gonna get to this delivery to backward squaring and will get a single as the ball is being picked up by the fielder from the deep backward square leg boundary. So 1 to the total.
But Claudius, we see that Tyrell Chico is operating from around the wicket and he has 4 fielders posted deep on the leg side. But Dwight Thomas's scoring area is outside of stump.
Chico to Thomas. Thomas inside out hits that over the infield and out towards the boundary for 4. Good stroke on this occasion. Backed away towards the onside and had the width and really extending the arms nicely over the infield, over the head of extra cover and into the vacant deep extra cover boundary for 4. So with that boundary, Dwight Thomas goes to 58. It's 110 for 4.
And this is what I was alluding to, Claudius. He's bowling around the wicket and angling the ball away from Dwight Thomas and really giving him the opportunity for his favorite stroke play.
Chico to Thomas. Thomas hits that high. A chance for catch at mid-off. And taken. So Dwight Thomas going. A big drive. It went high in the air. But not much distance at all. Because when it landed, when it came down, it was just on the edge of the circle. And the fielder at mid-off backpedaling. And taking, looks like Lee John taking the catch. So the end of Dwight Thomas going, caught John, bowled Chico for 58. And in the 16th over, the Soufriere Stompers, they have lost the wicket of Thomas. 5 wickets now are down.
Yes, and we would have mentioned that Dwight Thomas would have been the bright spark of the innings, but he would have contributed to his own demise there, to my mind, Claudius, just doing a bit too much with his movements around the crease. And had he stayed still, this ball was actually right up in the slot. And he was not still at the point of contact. And this ball went straight up in the air. And the Grizzly fielding unit is one of the better ones in the competition. They don't drop these kinds of catches. And once again, good bowling from Tyrell Chico, a good change of pace, a slower ball, off cutter. And Dwight Thomas there had to wait a little longer for that ball to get to him. Played too early and just presented a simple opportunity to Lee John.
So Bronte Best is the new batter, left-hander, as Chico will bowl over the wicket to him. Delivery that short and wide, too wide, called wide by the umpire. So 1 more to the total, 111 for 5. 2 deliveries are left in this the 16th over. So Bronte Best and Tisson, well, they've got a lot of work to do here to push the total to what is going to be the challenging one for the Gros Knights. A delivery that's again outside the off stump, but again too wide. And all of a sudden Chico has lost the radar and is bowling wide of off stump to the new batter.
Yes, but Chico would know that Bronte Best's strength is towards the onside. So doing the right thing by bowling those balls outside the line of the off stump. But now he's going around the wicket, which may put things in Best's favor.
Chico to Best. Best will get off the mark, but he gets a no ball as he plays into the square leg region, the short square position. Keeper Ogis coming across the pitch. And so with the single and the no ball, 2 more to the total. And it goes to 112 for 5. So free hit now as Bradley Tisson will be in strike. So he has an opportunity to free his arms, look to go aerial, look to go long. Got a number of boundary riders to contend with. Chico comes in, bows to Tisson. Tisson is lofting that out towards mid-wicket. Belfont is under it and will let it drop, but the fielding is completed by the fielder coming from wide mid-on, long on, possibility of a run out. But a diving work by Bradley Tisson to get to the non-striker's end safely. Though painfully so. And with all of that, they have taken...
They took 3 actually.
3 in fact, because that went high in the air. And so they were able to come back for 2 in sloppy work on the outfield to back up. They took an additional 1, so 117 for 5.
Yes, Claudius, and this is a semi-final. It's not the time for sloppy cricket.
So Chico wants a change. Belfont being pulled away to his left at the backward square leg position. Best in strike as Chico comes in, bows to Best, delivery that's pitched up, clipped out towards wide long on. They have taken 1. They're coming back for the second. The return coming into the bowler's, the batter's end. But it was a little weak in the end. And so Best was able to make good ground. So 2 completed at the end of the 16th over. 119 for 5. So we've got 12 deliveries left in the innings. Best is 3. Bradley Tisson is 19. And how many, Jamal, can they get off the last 12 deliveries?
Yes, Claudius, remains to be seen. And although they may not have been able to find the boundary with the regularity that they would desire, I have been impressed with the level of desperation that they have shown, especially with the running between the wickets. You would have seen some dives from Tennessee Hippolyte. You just saw one from Bradley Tisson. You just saw another one from Bronte Best. This Soufriere team is trying to eke out runs everywhere they can and taking advantage of some sloppy moments in the field from the Gros team. That catching opportunity to Belfort should have been taken and just been rifled in to the bowler, but he allowed the ball to drop, and in the end that cost them extra runs. This is a semi-final, and when the game gets tight and tense and it goes down to the wire, could they live to regret?
Belfort comes back for over number 17. He comes in, bows to Tisson. Tisson lofts that out towards long off. Chico is under it and takes it very comfortably indeed. And so a lofted drive from Bradley Tisson falling into the hands of Chico, who's coming forward on the long off boundary quite nonchalantly and completing the catch. So the end of Bradley Tisson caught Chico, bowled Belfont, and the 6th wicket going down for the Soufriere Stompers in the 17th over.
Yes, and when Chico was bowling the previous over, that catch went in the air and Belfort was the man who made no attempt to catch it. But on this occasion here, Tyrell Chico taking the catch of Belfort, and you cannot put sloppy fielding and Tyrell Chico in the same sentence. Tyrell Chico, one of the better fielders in national cricket going around, and a good bowling and a good move by Judd Goodman, bringing his left arm pacer to bowl from this end, trying to angle that ball away from the right hander, and Bradley Tisson was unable to cash in on a ball that was pretty full. And at this stage of the innings, you would expect those kinds of deliveries to disappear.
Monrose, the new batsman. So Belfont obliging with the wicket immediately as he moves in balls to Monrose. Monrose gets a delivery that's right up in the block hole, drives it out towards long on. And he's thinking of the second, but he has to stay as Best is not interested. The return is a little loose, but has to be backed up. That's eventually done. So one taken, 120 for 6. Shout coming from Alton Crafton. Work, work, work. Is urging the Gros Knights on. Coach of the Gros team doing yeoman service for the team. So coach also doing work in preparation of grounds as well. He's watching as he sees Belfont goes away from us, bowls to Best. Best is driving out towards the edge of the circle at extra cover. Goodman is getting across to keep it down to 1. So 121 for 6. This is over number 17. 18 over game this. So just 1 over and 3 deliveries left. The right-handed Monrose comes in to strike. Belfont, the left-hander, goes over the wicket, bows to Monrose. Monrose is driving out towards the sweeper at extra cover. Lee John will get the return back in as they are coming back for the second. A good throw to the keeper, but Monrose was quickly back for the second. 123 now for 6. He goes to 3. And the Soufriere Stompers not getting the big boundaries, but keeping the scoreboard ticking along. Monrose recovering, taking his time to get back into his crease. Desperate stuff as the innings comes to an end. As delivery from Belfont, driven along the ground out towards the onside. Long on is coming off the boundary. That's Edward, and they will just take 1. So the single taking the total to 124. Both batsmen on 4, Best and Monrose. So the Soufriere Stompers been pushed along for the most part by Dwight Thomas. 58. He's been dismissed. And Belfont bowling to Best. Best is going to get a single out to the long off fielder who comes to the edge of the circle to complete the over, to complete the fielding, which also completes the over, the 17th of the innings. At the end of it, 125 for 6. 1 over left in the innings.
Yes, and the Grizzly team, they have done well to have kept the Soufriere Stompers team at bay. And to just close things out, Tyrell Chico is back into the attack. And they need some big hits there right now, the Soufriere Stompers team. They've been kept quiet for so long. And Bronte Best, with the breeze moving across your screens from left to right, would be eyeing somewhere over the Johnson Charleston. And Tyrell Chico, to my mind, he should be bowling over the wicket and looking to angle that ball across Best. So it's a bit risky coming around the wicket to him, and we know that he's someone who likes to dig the ball in short. So if Bronte Best can just hold his shape here and give that powerful swing that we know that he can, he could inject that impetus that's needed right now.
And Best will have 3 boundary riders to contend with: long on, deep mid wicket, and deep backward square leg. He comes in now. Chico bowls to him. He loses his bat and will lose his wicket as well. As he was looking to drive, it came out of the outer portion of the bat and it went to the edge of the circle on the backward point region, and the fielder going back and taking an easy catch. So Betts loses his bat in the process and also loses his wicket. as he goes for 5. And at the start of the 18th over, it's 125 for 6. For 7, correction.
And Tyrell Chico, really one of the standout players in this year's KFC SPL. Educated bowling here, taking off the pace, giving Bronte Best nothing to work with. Best had to generate all the power and had to wait a touch longer for the delivery to get to him. And so great was that bat swing that he lost his bat. And as you said, just presenting a simple opportunity for the fielder, and he lost his wicket as well. So Chico has another left-hander to contend with in the form of Kevin Gassi.
So Gassi waits as Chico bowls to him, delivered at down the leg side and called wide. So maybe an attempt Yorker in, and just going past the pads. And so wide being called. The Soufriere Stompers, they get an additional run, 126 for 7.
Chico needs to be careful here with a fielder posted at short fine leg. Had Gassi just met that ball with the bat, would have resulted in a certain boundary.
Chico to Gassi. Gassi is lofting that out towards long on, who comes off the boundary, and catch taken. So another catch being pouched here by the fielders out on the boundary. The Gros Knights showing good catching ability. The end of Kevin Gassi going caught at long on of the bowling of Chico without scoring. And 126 now for 8.
And we see it again, Claudius. Chico knows what the batters are looking for at this phase of the innings. They want some extra pace on the ball so that they can muscle it over the boundary for 6. And he's just taking away all that pace, really tempting them, saying, hit me. And the batters have been unable to negotiate the slowness. And Chico positioning one of the top fielders in the region, really, especially at the age group level, Tariq Edward, and he would make no mistake under a catch like that. So Chico reaping some good rewards, picking up some late wickets, as any good quality fast bowler should.
So the new batsman has come in. Chico looking for more success. Will bowl to the batter as a delivery that is change of pace and a little wide of off stump, but fortunately for him, he gets the dot ball in. Umpire judging that to be well within reach of the batsman. So 126 for 8. Chico looking to maybe get all the wickets in this over as he comes in, bowls to beats the keeper and will go into the boundary behind him for 4. A delivery that was a little wide of off stump. 4 runs now being signaled by the umpire as a drive off the outside edge, and the ball eluding the keeper Ogis and going into the boundary for 438. 30 for 8. Sexius is the man who's benefiting and getting off the mark. Chico moving in, goes to Sexius. Sexius is hitting that out towards backwards square leg, will beat the fielder into the boundary for 4. So
Clem St. Rose
into the boundary for 4. Correction, the Clem St. Rose is the man who has hit 2 boundaries as he has come in. And very valuable runs here. Jamal has outside edge past the keeper and then clipping that away from the fielder at long leg for 4. The total going to 134 for 8. 1 delivery left in the innings. Chico to finish off here, moves in, goes to Centros. Centros gets a high full toss, hits it into the offside over the inner ring and into the extra cover boundary for 4. So very valuable runs coming at the conclusion of the innings. St. Rose, almost from nowhere, has gone 4-4-4, 12 runs off the last 3 balls to bring an identical total that we had last night, 138. and 8 wickets have fallen for the Soufriere Stompers. And can this make a difference? Those 12 runs could be very, very valuable indeed, as it has turned out a mixed bag type of final over. 2 wickets in the first 3 balls, but it has ended with momentum for Soufriere Stompers, and we know the value of that, Jamal, going forward into the dressing room as the innings or the match transitions from one innings to the other. So 138 for 18 overs, your assessment of the Soufriere Stompers performance.
And you're so right, Claudius. Momentum sometimes is everything. But I would say naughty from Judd Goodman and Tyrell Chico towards the end of the innings. Chico was bowling right arm around the wicket, and there was no fielders placed deep on the boundary on the offside, and Clemson Rose just edging one. There should have really been a fielder posted at third man. There wasn't, and Chico guilty of making the overcompensation, trying to bowl a bit straighter, and Clemson Rose tickling this one towards the final leg region. And for the last delivery, Chico now going for the change of pace, presenting the full toss, and again no fielder posted on the boundary, and Clemson Rose 12 valuable runs, and that could prove pivotal because, as you said, 138, an identical score to last night, and we had a very, very tense game. So I think that the Soufriere Stompers would have done well. Runs on the board are runs on the board, and it would take some getting given the way that the wicket has played tonight and the quality of the bowling from Soufriere Stompers.
Yes, and the critical difference tonight, Jamal, is that the 138 has to be scored off of 18 overs, so a little bit more challenging for Gros Knights as it was for Miko Eagles.
Yes, and the Grizzly team would have done well posting big totals at the Grizzly playing field, but here on a bigger surface, a different type of wicket here, and the batters that they have are not men, barring the skill set of a Tyrell Chico and a Tariq Edward, and not men who clear the boundaries here with the regularity that they might need if the bowling from the Soufriere Stompers happens to be tight, and if they get it right at the beginning of the innings.
Indeed. Thank you for your thoughts. Just to recap the scorecard for you there quickly, Soufriere Stompers, they were sent in after the Gros Knights won the toss. Julian Sylvester was bowled by Davenport for 1. Dwight Thomas, 58. He hit some 7 fours and 1 6. He was eventually caught off the bowling of Bailey John off the bowling of Tyrell Chico for 58. Ecstasy Manuel was caught Tariq Edward bowl Rene Montoute for 16. Tennessee Hippolyte bowl Lee John 11. Shania Mesbin caught Tyrell Chico bowl Lee John 1. Bradley Tisson caught Tyrell Chico bowl Trent Belfont for 19. Bronte Best caught Arthur bowl Tyrell Chico 5. Dalius Monroe's not out 4. Kevin Gassi caught Tariq Edward bowl Chico for a duck. And Clem St. Rose, those valuable 12 runs, hitting the last 3 balls for 4. The bowling figures: Tyrell Chico 4 overs no maidens 3 for 40. Davenport 2 overs no maidens 1 for 14. Rene Montoute 3 overs no maidens 1 for 15. Tariq Edward 2 overs no maidens not for 16. Chauvin Joseph 2 overs no maidens not for 18. Lee John 3 overs no maiden 2 for 20. And Trent Belfont 2 overs no maiden 1 for 14. So the required target 139 at some 7.7 per over. So that is the position as we are in the mid-innings break. And so we'll take a break ourselves and return with the action as the Gros Knights, they look to go to the finals by getting that target of 139. They've got 18 overs to do it, and so we will bring you that action in a few minutes upon the resumption. So let's take a break for now.
It's a new day, a day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment, to work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Chozelle is on the rise. What you don't know is that we are just getting started.
Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pocket every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
At Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914. Or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your Baka, with 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust. This is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
Where are super people? No, no, Alright, please get ready to move in. Congratulations, brother. Look at the girls are already sick and they're ready from the movie. Yes, you know what it is. Get ready, super feeling, batting to win 199 overs. Ready?
Last 6 well, 18. 360 is 18. But me and you are doing, is that?
No, it just means somebody will have to do 2 slots.
I think let's do 9 and finish with that.
9. Let's do 6.
Let's do 6.
So you'll do 6. You'll do 1 to 6. I do 7 to 12. And I do 13 to 18. Yes, it's easier on the S.
Okay.
The throat. Yeah.
All right. That's it, Alpha.
Yep.
And that's Prosper. Welcome back to the Darren Summit. The Sale Brazilian Lights are looking for 139 for victory against the SRDF Soufriere Stumpers. And it is Zidane Arthur and Can Elcock opening things up for the Sale Brazilian Knights. And it is Wayne Prosper with the ball for the SRDF Soufriere Stumpers. Welcome back, Greg. The chase is on.
Yes, certainly the chase is on.
And the second delivery of the over from Prosper and just guided out towards the third man for the single. To begin the chase for the Sale Brazilian Knights is Zidane after getting off the mark and to bring his partner, the left-handed Can Elcock, into strike. And the Sale Brazilian Knights, they now require 138 now from 106 balls. And what do you make of that chase and the position of the Sale Brazilian Knights? So what do you think they'll be confident that they can?
They would know all too well. They do quite a bit of training here as well. And 139 to get in 18 overs, I think it is more than gettable.
As the Prosper moves in again, a right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Can Elcock, and this one is very wide. The wicketkeeper skips across. The umpire does signal the wide, and the score moves on by 1 to 2. 2 without loss. We've had just 2 legal deliveries bowled by Wayne Prosper. And the Soufriere Stompers, the SRDF Soufriere Stompers, they will really be looking for a good start. And from the opening bowlers, you know, we have the likes of Shanai Mesmin to come in, Bradley Tiso as Prosper moves in right arm over the wicket to Elcock again. This one is very wide. Can Elcock is just have flashing blade, comes out but not making any contact, and the umpire does signal another wide. The score moves on by 1 to 3. So 2 extras so far. And he's getting a bit of movement, is Prosper. And some bounce as well is being extracted. But just the line is not correct on this occasion.
Yes, certainly he's struggling with the line.
Right arm over the wicket into Elcock. Elcock is just playing this one out towards point. And there's no run. The score remains on 3 without loss. Can Elcock, very pleasing. It's good reputation as a young batsman. He's made the Windward Islands on the 15 side. He's been around national setup for some time as Can Elcock. But in recent times, his prolific run scoring has kind of dried out, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly did show quite a bit of promise at the under 15 level.
And this time, Prosper is bang on target. Can Elcock just plays inside the line of this one, allow it to go through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. So good comeback after those 2 wides from Prosper. He's found his radar. Elcock playing inside the line of that last delivery and this letting it go by. No pressure, no need to rush. And they have all of 17 overs and 2 deliveries to get a mere 136 runs as Prosper comes into Elcock, and Elcock gets a straighter delivery, turns this into the onside, and it just comes through for the quick single. Bronte Best at a short mid-wicket comes in to do the fielding. Elcock gets the run. He's off the mark as well, is Elcock, and the score moves on by 1-4. 4 without loss. We're in the very first over. So Prosper is looking to finish this over well. Good start for himself and his SRDF Soufriere Stompers moves away from us up towards Arco. After he's getting a delivery on the line of the leg stump and turns it into the onside as well for yet another single. 5 runs coming from the first over. What do you make of that start from the SRDF Soufriere Stompers?
I think it's a good enough start. Just the 2 wides, the 2 extras really considered there. But 5 runs off the over, I think it's a relatively good enough start. But they certainly would need to.
Still another delivery to go. I thought we had the over completed. And another delivery, and there's a bit of an appeal. It's a wide delivery.
Yeah. Another wide, but looking at the monitor, clearly 6 legal deliveries have been bowled.
Definitely 6 legal deliveries have been bowled, and the umpires have found another wide. So the scores really moved on to 6. And I think the over does come to a close now. Over does come to a close. The first over comes to an end. And after 1 over, 6 on the board, 6 without loss. The Sale Gros Knights are looking to get 139 for a victory. And they are 6 without loss.
That's a decent over. One would say bowled by the Soufriere Stompers in the sense that the required rate is 7.82 and the Knights, they only got 6 from the over. So if we have to judge according to those stats, one would say that the Soufriere Stompers would have had the better of the exchange after the first over.
If you have to look at the required rate, but it's a bit early in the set. 6 on the board. And the Clem Centros has been very, very impressive in this KFC SPLT20 tournament. And he gets the new ball from the pavilion, and he's moving in right time over the wicket. A very rhythmic run out to Zidan Afa, and he starts off with a very wide delivery. A very wide delivery, and the score moves on with that extra to 7. Not being able to control the lateral movement that they are able to extract here this evening.
Yes, just what I mean. Looking at the start we've seen from the Soufriere Stompers, one really have to really credit Davin Ford and Tyrell Chico. They started and they did not concede any wides.
So Centros would want to get his line and length right. Again, very wide. It started wide and continued moving away from Zidan Afa, and the umpire does signal a wide. So Central starting off with 2 wides. Are we going to see the sort of over that we saw from Shonil Edward last evening? Greg, we're hoping that for cricket's sake, that we don't get to see an over that length from Clem Centros.
I don't think Central would want to replicate that over from Shonil Edwards.
Centros moves in, right arm over the wicket, passes the umpire, bowls to Afafa. Is guiding this one down to third man, finds Prosper. They come through for the single. And Afro moves on to 3. Elcock is on 1. 9 without loss. We're into the second over. And pretty sedate start. We've not seen any boundaries so far. And extras really the main contributor to the cause of the sale Gros night so far. Clem Centrals now has the prospect of bowling to the left-handed Can Elcock. Centrals ensuring that yes, he's field well placed, and now he has a widey slip. Now he's sent long leg out to the boundary, and the Centrals moves in to Elcock. Elcock is getting a delivery that is down the leg side through to the wicket keeper, and again another wide signal. Wicket keeper Tennessee Hippolyte being made to do some work this evening. 10 on the board now for the sale of Gros Knights. No pressure really, and the extras are helping the cause of the Gros Knights.
Yes, certainly extras are helping, and Clem Central seems to have a bit of difficulty controlling the new ball.
Centrals to Elcock again. This is another one down the leg side. Might have clipped something. There was a bit of excitement as Tennessee Hippolyte was diving away to his right, and it's a dot delivery, so no signal coming from the umpire. Definitely did touch something.
It looked like it came off the pad of Can Elcock, but with the sort of movement that Clemson Road is getting, one would thought that he perhaps would have started those deliveries at about the 4th stump, encouraging him to drive through the offside and hoping that the ball would go through the gates.
He's getting a lot of lateral movement as he moves into ball to Elcock, and this time he beats him outside of stump. Elcock not making any contact. It goes through to wicketkeeper Hippolyte, and Clem Centrals eventually getting it right in this delivery. This is about the first delivery he's able to get out past the off stump. And certainly a good delivery, good length, good line as well, and testing the ability of Can Elcock Centrals. A good rhythmic run comes in to Elcock, and Elcock is being hit right in front, and the umpire raises that finger. I'm thinking Elcock would feel very disappointed with that decision by the umpire.
No, well, honestly, I think it's a good enough decision from my vantage point. Can Elcock looking to play this one onto the onside, and as I did in pitch, all he needed to do was perhaps start the ball, on about the 4th stump. But it looked like a pitching line and a striking line as well. But Can Elcock really looked very tentative out there.
It looked very tentative, never looked confident is Can Elcock. And I'll tell you something, this season Can Elcock hasn't been the kind of Elcock that we saw coming through the ranks of youth cricket. He is not blazed his way into any of the matches. He's not really gotten any major scores to my recollection. And his departure brings Goodman, Jad Goodman, to the wicket. The captain, Jad Goodman, with a bit of repair work to do, they lose their first at 10. The Super Stompers, they would have lost their first very, very much earlier than that with 1 on the board.
Yes, but again, they lost the first wicket in the second over as well. It was not of the first delivery in the second over, but in the second over, they have lost their first wicket. So almost similar pattern to what we saw in the first innings of the Super Stompers.
A very similar pattern. Jad Goodman comes in. And he is replacing Can Elcock, one left-hander, to replace another. The asking rate is beginning to move upwards as Centrals comes in to bowl to Goodman. And Goodman is getting a delivery, just plays this one back down the track into the offside. And there is no run. 5 deliveries bowled so far. It's Centrals really bowling a good over. It started off with some wide, but coming back very nicely. And again, a wide down the leg side. Good take from Tennessee Hippolyte. And certainly, again, he's got back to where he started off, Greg Wilson. The batsman is struggling to get runs off the bat, and that he is helping them with the extras.
Yes, Clemson throws really not helping the cause of the Soufriere Stompers. He need to go back to the sort of line that got him the wicket.
The finish is off with a dot delivery, lifting delivery, and Jad Goodman able to get some bat onto it. And the over comes to an end after 2 overs, 11 for 1. After 2 overs, 11 for 1, the Sale Gros Knights looking to get 139 for a victory. They need 128. They need 128 from 16 overs.
Not a bad over ball by Clem St. Rose. Considered some 5 runs, but just 1 run coming off the bat. So 4 runs coming off the extras. And most importantly, he was able to pick up the wicket of Canal Cock.
Canal Cock going via the LBW route. And it will be Wayne Prosper to continue for the Soufriere Stumpers, the SRDF Soufriere Stumpers. Wayne Prosper moves away from us and bowls to Arthur. Arthur is taking this one into the onside, and they're looking for the run is Jad Goodman, but the fielder is coming in very sharply and firing the return in. Jad Goodman was able to make his run, but nevertheless, the ball did not hit the stump. It looked like it was Kevin Gassy who did that fielding. Kevin Gassy, of course, a national youth player, also involved in the Windward Islands setup, is Kevin Gassy. So dot delivery to start things off for Wayne Prosper. And Zidan Alpha giving him the charge, beating the diving cover fielder. Giving chase is Mesmin. They come through for 1. They think of the second. The second is on. The return comes in. But Zidan Alpha does complete his second run. He moves to 5. Goodman is yet to get off the mark. And the score moves on to 13. 13 for 1, 2.2 overs bowled. And it's not difficult, really. This is not a big, difficult run chase for the Sale Gros Knights. But the Stompers does have the bowling to restrict them. Again, Afa is looking for the big, expansive drive outside of some. The ball bits him and goes through to wicketkeeper Hippolyte. We've seen the Soufriere Stompers, Julian Sylvester with the glove as well in this competition, Greg Woods.
Yes, certainly. They are fortunate enough to have more than one person that could do duty behind the stumps.
And Prosper is really assessing things as he moves away. Nice rhythm, very strong chested guy. And Zidane is looking for the pull shot. Can only succeed in hitting it to Kevin Gassy at short mid-wicket. And there is no run. So still 126 required. 126 required from 15.2 overs. The Sale Gros Knights, they are 13 for 1. They won the toss, sent the Soufriere Stompers in. They got to 138, and now they are 13 for 1. The Sale Gros Knights with a Prosper. He's into his second over. He's given up just 8 runs as he moves into bowl to Arthur. Arthur gets some bat on this one out towards the boundary. It's challenging the boundary and it will stop inside the boundary. Did not have the legs to go. The ball stopped before the fielder caught up with it. Didn't get the timing, but he was hitting into the breeze as well and succeeding with another 2 runs, Greg.
Well, I'm not sure that is where the ball was intended on going. It looked like it was more like a cross-batted shot, but the ball came from the toe end of the bat and just raced over Bronte's best head in the cover region, and they got 2 easy runs.
Prosper again to Arthur. Arthur, this time it's up in the air. The fielder settles under it. and he fumbles, but he takes it on the second attempt. 2 wickets down. The Super Stompers, they are beginning to make some inroads in the batting of the Sale Gros Knights. Zidan Alpha looking for that pull shot, not getting the timing. Elevation could not beat Bradley Tisson, and he pays a heavy price with his wicket.
Yes, so the Super Stompers getting another wicket. That's of Zidane Affer, perhaps beaten for pace on that occasion, and the ball sort of got, he saw the ball short, but the ball really had some extra bounce, got big on him, and ball struck high up on the bat, and Tisson took a relatively, what should have been an easy catch, but he sort of fumbled it. So for a minute, the Super Stompers, the hat would have been in the mouth to see that a sort of easy opportunity could have gone begging, but he was able to hold on to it, and the Gros Knights, they are really making heavy weather of that moderate total. Although they are, in terms of scoring, after the foot over, it's identical, 15 runs, but they have lost 1 wicket more.
Yes, certainly, and now Tariq Edward comes in to join his captain, Jad Goodman, with a bit of repair work to do. Tariq Edward, and that wicket fell on the last delivery, so after 3 overs it's 15 for 2, and Clemson Truz is going to be bowling the 4th over. Clemson Truz is bowled 1 over for 5 runs so far, and he moves in to bowl to Goodman, and Goodman is getting a delivery on the line of leg stump, and he just tucks it into the onside. Clemson Truz tries the footwork, does not get it nicely back to the wicket keeper, but the run is taken nonetheless, and Jad Goodman doing the right thing, just turning the strike over. Tariq Edward joining him. He's yet to face a delivery. They will need somebody to play an innings in the manner that Dwight Thomas held things together for the Soufriere Stompers.
Well, I think the pair out in the middle there, it would be a crucial partnership for the Gros Knights. I think a lot would be dependent on this too. And as you did indicate, one need to bat at least deep into the inning.
Clemson Truz will have different ideas. They want to see the back of especially Tariq Edward, and this one is down the leg side, and it will be called a while. Tennessee Hippolyte called into action yet again. This time he does so to his left and makes a good take, Tennessee Hippolyte. And I've found Greg Wilson in this tournament, the keepers have been asked to really earn their pay.
Yes, certainly. A lot of wide deliveries have been bowled in the tournament, and Sabines Emmanuel in particular last evening.
Again, an opportunity for a run, a ricochet, and it's all happening out there as it's all happening out there. Greg Wilson as the Clemson Truz really calling, bringing on the action, really calling the Gros batsmen into action. And Tariq is driving nicely, finds the gap out towards the boundary. 4 runs, Tariq Edward. He was given the whiff on this occasion and really claiming it, playing a wonderful shot is Tariq Edward.
Yes, this one just bisecting the 2 fielders, the backward point and Dwight Thomas at the point region down to the vacant boundary for 4. So living a little dangerously, one would say, with a pack outside field.
But he was able to find the gap to perfection. He threaded the needle there, the Tariq Edward. Clemson Truz moves into Tariq Edward again, and Tariq Edward opening the face, beating the point fielder out towards the boundary. The fielder comes off the circle and fires the return in. A good return to Hippolyte, but they complete that single with relative ease. And Tariq Edward, he's shown his intention here. And he's also his prowess as well. He's able to use his wrist and find the gap to perfection.
Yes, that was good batting there. Good use of the wrist to evade Dwight Thomas at the point region.
St. Rose, he prepares himself, moves into bowl to Goodman. And Goodman is driving out towards mid-wicket. Work for the fielder. He does so. It looks like, is that the captain?
Yeah, Mesmin.
Mesmin, who is doing the sliding stop, but can't prevent the single. And Goodman moves on by 1. He moves on to 2. The score moves on to 23 for 2. We're in the 4th over. The one delivery shy of the end of the 4th over as St. Rose moves in again. This time to Edward. Edward is just driving this one straight back and coming through for the single. The fielder comes around, makes the stop, but can't prevent the single. And the over comes to an end after 4 overs. 24 for 2. The Sale Gros Knights looking for 139 for victory in the lot overs that they had to bat.
Yes, the Stompers really, at this point in time, they are stumping the authorities. The Sale Gros Knights, they are only going at 6 and over, and they required it shot up to 8.21. You need to continue to bowl in good areas, but what we've seen with the bowlers, they're still guilty of bowling those wide deliveries. Really is now the pressure to a certain degree.
And we're seeing Prosper to continue. Prosper moves in to bowl his 3rd over to Edward, and he's beating Edward outside of stump through to the wicket keeper. And a good delivery from Prosper, beating Edward outside of stump.
Yeah, Edward looking for that big expansive drive. Fortunate for him, did not get on edge. And so you could see, just watching the body language of the players out in the middle, they look like they're really up for the challenge, Clivers.
And they have always like that about the Soufriere team. They always fight, always been pushing, digging deep. And the boys from Sulphur City, they have always done so. Even if they go down, you see them fighting, and they're well led by Shanai Mesmin as well. And Prosper just getting stopped by the umpire. Now he moves into bowl to Edward. Edward is getting a delivery on the line of off stump and defends this one back down the track for Prosper to field in his follow through. And there's no run. 24 for 2, 4.2 overs, and the asking rate is climbing. No need for panic for the Sale Gros Knights, but the asking rate is going up and up slowly at the moment, but still going up nevertheless. Tariq Edward and Jad Goodman would want to keep the scoreboard ticking, to just keep eating away at the remaining 115 runs. And Tariq is driving, gets the air in a portion of the bat out towards the boundary on final leg, but there's not enough on the ball, and it's a vacant area, a lot of real estate out there, and they come through for 2 runs.
Yes, Tariq Edward perhaps looking to hit the ball a little too hard rather than looking for timing. He's looking for power. And the ball came off the inner portion of the bat and went down through the fine leg region. It was vacant, and they were able to come back for 2 easy runs.
Edward has moved on to 8, and Goodman is on 2. Edward is hitting out towards mid-on, and the fielder comes around. It looks like it's Tisson who does the fielding, and there is just a single taken on this occasion. 27 for 2. We're inside the 5th over, and Wayne Prosper is bowling his 3rd over. Pretty good spell so far from him. 2.4 overs, 1 for 13. So exactly what Captain Shanai Mesmin would have wanted. Probably can give him a little bit of a bonus by removing Jad Goodman.
Yes, certainly. If we could find out one of those 2 at the crease, this would really put the icing on the cake for the Super Stompers, because I think this partnership out there would really be the deciding factor as to whether Gros Knights would get an easy victory or not.
It's certainly so, as Prosper moves in to bowl to Goodman. Goodman is just pushing this one, just guiding it really down to 3rd man, and coming through for another single. And that really, the signals at this point, this is a period of consolidation for them, Greg Wilson, and they would want to stick around for a little longer, just take it a little bit deeper. If they can up the ante slightly and then just set us a platform for the likes of Tyrell Chico coming on the back end.
Yes, certainly we know Tyrell Chico to be a finisher.
Prosper to Edward, and Edward is going for a big, expansive, lofted drive and not making any contact. He was very lucky to have survived this one.
Yes, Tarek Edward is out in the middle. It's almost like he's on the golf course. He's looking to tee off almost every delivery.
And just want to keep their heads, the Sale Gros Night batsmen, and just keep plugging away, keep turning over the strike, and bat on in the manner that you saw Dwight Thomas just kept doing it, but the odd boundaries would come. At this point, the boundaries have almost completely dried up for the Sale Gros Nights. That's because of the credit to the Soufriere Stumpers bowlers when Prosper has been very tight, 2 overs, 1 for 14. Clem Centros has also been excellent with the ball. So the opening pair for the SRDF Soufriere Stompers have done a fantastic job so far. We see Kevin Gassi will be coming in from the Players Pavilion end, and he will be bowling to the captain of the Sale Gros Nights team, Jad Goodman. Kevin Gassi. The power play is done and dusted, but we still see the skipper just putting 2 players out. I'm not sure that he's aware that the power play is just 5 overs as Gassi moves in to bowl to Goodman. And Goodman is getting this one over point, out towards the boundary. He gets the whiff really and helping himself to 4 runs. Kevin Gassi a bit loose and too wide on this occasion.
Yes, very loose and wide. Nice juicy half volley outside the off stump, and he really threw the kitchen sink at this one. Went over the head of Bronte Best at the cover region and down to the vacant boundary for 4. So not the best of start for Kevin Gassi. He really can put himself under pressure, having considered early boundary.
Definitely, it's a good start for the Sale Gros Nights, 32 for 2, and the power play I've been told is actually 6 overs. So there was a reduction in the number of overs for
but in the first innings, to be fair, after 5 overs, I did see the umpire signal the power play unless a mistake was made.
It might have been an error on his part. And this one is in the air. So fielder settles on that. He's backpedaling and he has lost it completely. And really, it went very high. And it's Mesmin himself, the captain, who was backpedaling and could not hold on to this one.
Yes, with the strong breeze, Mesmin thought that he had settled under the catch, only to realize it was just going further away from him.
And Jack Goodman really gets a life. Mesmin is making an adjustment to the field. He's going back to a long one and he's bringing deep mid wicket back into the circle. And Jack Goodman going over extra cover out towards the boundary. Does the ball have the legs? It doesn't. The fielder wins the race. And Jack Goodman is coming back for another 2 runs. But a very productive over so far for Jack Goodman and the Sale Gros Nights.
Yes, some 8 runs coming off the first 3 deliveries. So there's the potential of a very big over in the making.
Exactly what Jack Goodman and the Sale Gros Nights would have wanted. Kevin Gassi would want to turn the fortunes around, and he is getting an inside edge out towards the square leg fielder, and he comes through for another single. So 9 runs so far from 4 balls. They don't need to do much. They've gone past what the asking rate is. Just need to ensure that they keep it steady, don't lose a wicket, and carry on.
Yes, still plenty overs left. 102 to get off 12.2 overs. Certainly they would need to set the platforms for the likes of Tyrell Chico to come in the back end if he is required.
Tariq Edward, and Tariq Edward, as you would have indicated, has looked to tee off, and Gassi comes into Edward. Edward with no Gassi. Tariq Edward, he tees off this time, over extra cover, out towards the boundary. Didn't go all the way, did have the legs, it went all the way, hitting with the breeze, did Tariq Edward, and this time he tees off, and this is the big over that we spoke of. Greg Wilson started off with a boundary, and now Kevin Gassi is being placed under some pressure by the hitting prowess of Jad Goodman and now Tariq Edward.
Yes, some 15 runs so far, and with one legal delivery remaining, so he would want to close this over. So far, he has not been able to bowl any dot deliveries.
And he moves in. He's missing his run-up, really, and he goes back to the starting point. The umpire turns around to see what's happening at Gassi, goes back to the top of his mark, and he comes down really smooth and nice as he approaches. And Tariq Edward is getting one that he's looking to play into the onside. I think it came out the outer portion of the bat and went away into the offside, and there is no run. So Kevin Gassi is able to close out the over, 43 for 2. We've had 6 overs bowled. The power play comes to an end, Greg Wilson, and we have Tariq Edward, he's on 15 from 11 with 1-4 and 1-6. Jad Goodman, he's on 12 from 8 with 1-4. We'll get some comments from you, and it will be Claudia Siman.
Yes, very expensive over bowled by Kevin Gassi. The Silgrosley Knights, certainly they are picking up the pace. At the end of over number 6, when the Super Stompers batted, they were 45 for the loss of 2, and the Knights, they are 43 for the loss of 2. So just a difference of 2 runs. Claudia Simanuel, welcome back.
Thank you, Greg. So 43 for 2. A little flurry in the last couple of overs from these two. And they're currently scoring at 7.17. Required from here, 8. Exactly. So 96 required from the next 12 overs. Mesmin brings himself on. Had a difficult chance to dismiss Goodman in the previous over, not able to hold on. Would want to make amends as he starts the 7th over. Balls to Goodman. Goodman driving out towards the long off fielder who's posted. And Prosper getting the return back in, hitting Goodman. Got that single, so he's 13. 44 for 2. And this game, it's nicely poised. Soufriere would suggest that they still in it, 8.08 the required rate, so it's still, you'll have to say, even. Good partnership between these two. Mesmin to Edward. Edward gets a bouncing delivery. It's down the leg side. And Matrim will call wide. So the extras continue to make a useful contribution here to one more to 45 for 2. But Tariq Edward in the brief innings so far, 15 from 11, we have seen a lot of flair from him. A lofted drive in the previous over extra cover. Waits and Mesmin goes away from us, bowls to Edward. Edward is running that down to third man. They take a quick single. The return is fired in. It will result in, no, it will not result in overthrows because Tariq Edward was looking to take advantage of the overthrow as the return from short third man had to be backed up at the mid-wicket region, but Goodman was not interested, holding up the right arm to suggest that there was danger, and so they stay on once. 46 for 2. Mesmin looking to get the field right. We are out of the power play now, so fielders can be put on the boundary. Mesmin moving in, balls to Goodman. Goodman looking to uppercut a short delivery and not able to make contact. It was bouncing over maybe about shoulder height. and maybe beaten for the pace of the delivery there. So good bounce we are seeing from Mesmin. He's a tall man and getting the necessary carry from the surface. He rushes in, bows to Goodman. Goodman is hoiking that out towards backward square leg. A fielder is getting under it and takes the catch. So Goodman not able to negotiate the bounce of Shania Mesmin, and he has lost his wicket. So a short delivery looking to pull the top edge or high up on the splice. Mesmin for 13, and it is 46 for 3 in the 7th over.
Yes, a good telling blow there struck by the Soufriere Stompers. Perhaps a rush of blood there by the captain. Perhaps ill-advised at this point to really press the accelerator. Quite a few overs remaining. They were doing pretty well. The last over, some 15 runs came off the over. So the required rate and the current run rate, there was not that big a difference between. But John Goodman had other ideas and he fell to his opposite number.
Yes, I guess adrenaline pumping, the momentum, looking to get things off quickly, but it was a good, sharpish delivery that hustled onto him, and he was not able to get hold of it. So Soufriere, they continue to make inroads. So this is still anybody's game. So Gros Knights can't suggest that they have it all for themselves. So this is wide open as
Dominic O'Geese
going to be Mesmin to continue. Dominic O'Geese with a half century behind him in the preliminary game at the Grosley playing field. This delivery that first to him is back and plays it square into the offside, and there is no run. So Auguste with a left-hander now in place, Greg Wilson. The Soufriere Stompers, they have to contend with the left-hand, right-hand combination.
Yeah, well, from the onset of the game, the Grosley Knights, they have maintained a left-right combination right throughout, Rogers.
Mesmin goes away from us, balls to Auguste. Auguste is driving into the offside but can't score. It goes straight to the short cover position, and there's no run. So good end to the over. Overall, a good over from Mesmin, his first. At the end of it, it is 46 for 3 with the Grosley Knights. They need 93 from 66 deliveries.
Yes, good over there by the captain, Shania Mesmin, picking up the crucial wicket of his opposite number, Jad Goodman, and conceding only 3 runs in the process. So certainly they would feel that they are in the driver's seat at this point. The required rate some 8.45 and the current rate 6.57. So they need to bowl a couple more tight overs to really bring that rate well over 9 and perhaps closer to 10.
So it's going to be a bowling change. It's Bradley Tisdale. He's going to pick up the attack. An interesting thing about the SPLT20 with the jersey names, Greg Wilson. I'm not sure if you were able to pick that up. The
Braddock?
Brad Jock. Brad Jock, that's the name on the t-shirt of Bradley Tisson, who's going to move in, goes to Edward. Edward is back, standing up straight and playing into the offside to Exeter Emmanuel, and there's no run. So quite a strange name for a jersey, but I'm sure it has a reason behind it. So Tisson moving in, bowls to Edward. Edward is backing away and then looking to hit off the back foot, but is not able to make contact. Tennessee Hippolyte takes, and there's no run. So 6 for 3. The Sale Grosile Knights, they have lost the 3 wickets. Those of Zidane Affa, Cancock, and the captain Goodman delivered at off the back foot. Wide call as Tennessee Hippolyte does not take it. The delivery again where Affa was looking to go back and not able to make contact. Maybe a case, Greg, of him looking to get a little closer to those deliveries outside of off stump. But his initial movement is to back away to access that offside. Delivery that is playing loosely outside the off stump and is acknowledging that a little naughty push or swish at it outside the off stump. And so far, Bradley Tisson is proving to be difficult to locate for the right-handed Tariq Edward, who waits. Tisson is almost there, bows to him. Edward is standing up straight and laying bat on ball, but can't score. It goes straight to the backward point fielder. And so Tisson is keeping things quiet. He's got the wide so far, but he has sent down 5, so he has gone dot, dot, wide, dot, dot. So this is good from the Soufriere Stompers point of view. Tisson moving in, bows to Edward. Edward is driving out towards Long On, who comes off the boundary. It will just be a single as the bounce return coming into Tennessee Hippolyte. One more to the total, 48 for 3. So Tariq Edward scoring at runner ball. 6.13 the current rate, 8.95 the required rate. Affa for 6, Elcock for 1, and Jack Goodman for 13. The 3 batsmen to have fallen. 10 for 1, 15 for 2, 46 for 3. Tisson will bowl to the left-handed Ogis to this delivery, who's clipping it and going fine into the boundary at long leg for 4. Away from the fielder at the 45 degree on the onside. So a boundary to Dominic Ogis, who gets off the mark, and so the 50 coming up for the Sale of Gros Islet. So 52 for 3. They've had 8 overs. They're scoring at 6.5. 87 required from 60 balls.
Bradley Tisson again committing the cardinal sin, unable to close the over with the final delivery. He was bowling an excellent over thus far. He had only considered some 2 runs, the wide and the 1 run off the bat, but just straying onto the pads of Dominic Ogis, who really whipped this one off the pad down to the vacant long leg boundary for 4. But the Stumpers, they are still in charge, but Dominic Ogis certainly would have different ideas, Claudius. We saw him in a knock at Grosile where he really had a number of 6s. He really got over in fact, kept the third umpire very busy. Had to bring in a change of balls out very regularly. So definitely he would want to play a pivotal knock this evening to see his team into the finals.
Indeed, Mesmith will start over number 9. Balls to Tariq Edward, lost in that, out towards long off, and drop! Word! What a simple catch. Bradley Tisson, he had it and he was just about to celebrate, and that just popped out and fell to ground. My word, could that just be the difference in this semi-final number 2? Tariq Edward driving loftily to long off, and Bradley Tisson settled under a very comfortable catch and somehow managed to put it down. As Tariq Edward gets a single and goes to 18, 53 for 3. Shania Mesmin Hansa Kimbo at the start of his run, coming in again, balls to Ogis. Ogis is hitting that hard into the ground, and will not score. 53 for 3, but what an easy catch to put down, Greg Wilson.
Perhaps a bit too complacent, Claudius, because it looked like he really had it under control. And even on the second attempt, one still felt that he had a chance, but somehow ball fell to the ground. And as you say, would that be a very costly miss there by Bradley Tiso?
Mesmin moving in, bows to Ogis. Ogis is back. We'll get a quick single to the short point position. The throw hit, direct hit at the non-striker's end, but it looks like Dominic Ogis had made good his ground. But good work there from Dwight Thomas. A very short single to him at point and picking up and throwing the stumps down. But Dominic Ogis had arrived safely to complete its fifth run, 54 for 3. This is midway in the 9th over. So the excitement very much here in this game, semi-final number 2 of SPLT20. Delivery that is being turned by Tariq Edward out to the forward square position. And Emmanuel coming in but can't stop the single. As Tariq Edward gets his 19th run and takes the total to 55 for 3. So if you are joining us for the first time, 138 for 8. That was the effort by the Stompers as they batted first. They had 18 overs because of rain. Delivery that's looking to pull there is Dominic Ogis, not able to make contact, so the score remains 55 for 3 in the 9th over. Soufriere Stumpers sent in after Gros Knights won the toss, 138 for 8 in the 18 overs, 58 to Dwight Thomas, the top scorer. And so with the rain at the toss, a drizzle that persisted for well over half an hour, restricting the over to 18 side. Mesmin moving in, bows to Ogis. Ogis gets a good delivery, drives, beats the diving bowler. They'll come back for 2 as the fielders inside the circle a little slow in getting to the ball on the edge of the circle. And good running in the end by Edward and Ogis. They take 2 to complete the 9th over. And at the end of it, it's 57 for 3 with Tariq Edward on 19, 7 to Dominic Ogis. They sail Gros Knights. They need 82 from 54 balls.
Yes, another good over there completed by Captain Shanai Mesmin, just conceding 5 runs of the over, but really did create an opportunity to get the prize wicket there of Tariq Edward, and he was put down by Bradley Tiso. So one would hope that that let off will not cost the Stompers, and they perhaps would want to see the back of one of these 2 very early, because we know what Tariq can do, and we saw a glimpse of what Dominic did in one of the matches in Gros.
Well, Tiso has an opportunity to make amends because he's now going to be bowling to Edward on 19 as he comes in, bows to Edward, driving inside edge and into the backward square leg position. And one more to the total as the man on the edge of the circle, Prosper, picking up. So one more to Edward, he goes to 20, continues to score at a runner ball. 58 for 3, the left-handed Dominic Ogis will come into strike. 6.33 the current rate. Tiso balls to Ogis. Ogis is clipping that out towards mid-wicket. On the bounce, the throw from Ecstasy Manuel goes awkwardly to Tiso, but they're able to take 1. The 2 Gros Knights combining well. 8th run for Ogis. The total going with the single to 59 for 3. The right-handed Tariq Edward will come into strike. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep extra cover, 3rd man. Tiso to Edward. Edward is driving along the ground out towards long off, who will complete the fielding off of the boundary. Mesmin, and continuing to do it by singles. They go up by 1. Edward to 21. The total is 60 for 3. Left-handed Ogis is in strike. Tisson will stay over the wicket to the left-hander. Third man, deep extra cover, long off. Inside the circle, extra cover and point. Tisson to Ogis. Ogis is struck on the pad. A big appeal and given. Umpire at the far end agreeing with Tisson that was in line. A delivery that was pitched up. A big drive from Ogis and been sent on his way by the umpire. A wicket for the Soufriere Stompers. They've picked up the 4th with Ogis going LBW to Tisson for 8. And the game remains wide open, Jamal.
Yes, and Bradley Tisson, after having put down that catch of Tariq Edward, making some amends, picking up the wicket of the dangerous Dominic Ogis. He never really got going tonight. We would have remembered his glorious feat at the Gros playing field, but Soufriere would have done their homework and would have remembered that he achieved that feat against spin bowling, and thus far they have not introduced a spinner into the attack. The pace bowlers have been going quite well, and they have brought up the run rate required to somewhere over 9. So good bowling and good captaincy, Shanai Mesmin.
Yes, and one of the features of the Soufriere Stompers that has impressed me in this competition, Jamal, is the never say die attitude. Their team, ably led by Janai Mesmin, that seem to give 100%. And yes, there are problems because you did see a drop catch, but they are able to sort of pick themselves up and always stay in the game. And this is no different. They are very much in this game. 4 wickets have fallen, and they are continuing to pick those wickets up. And Gros Knights, this is not going to be a walk in the park for them. This is going to go down to the wall.
Yes, and this is one of the hallmarks of a good team, that after a period of adversity, after someone doesn't do well, can they rally around the individual? Can they stay together? Do they bicker and complain? Do they blame? And after what happened with Bradley Tisson, crucial catch of Tariq Edward going down, you didn't see any bickering and quarreling out there on the field. They maintain focus. Captain Mesmin here, remember, usually after a drop catch, it tends to be a boundary. But Captain Mesmin remaining focused and bowling a good line and length, and a wicket from Tisson, who was given the opportunity to redeem himself and did just that. But that brings the dangerous Tyrell Chico.
So Chico, the man who has the ability to really influence the game, so he joins Tariq Edwards, so numbers 31 and 32, now in partnership as they.
But Claudius, if memory serves me right, I don't believe that Tyrell Chico has gotten out in the tournament as yet.
Well, he needs for that to continue from the Knights' point of view, as he's about to face his first delivery from Tisson. He's on the walk and just plays up to the wide extra cover position, and there's no run. There's a sort of a languid ease, a sort of air of confidence about Chico in whatever he does. As a man full of confidence, he waits as Tisson moves in, bowls to Chico. Chico is clipping that out towards mid-wicket. He will get off the mark, and they'll come back for the second as the return comes in to the non-striker's end. And it was Edward who was in a little bit of danger, but he was able to complete the 2 to complete over number 10. At the end of it, it is 62 for 4, the Sale Gros Knights. They need a further 77 from 48 deliveries. The rate is creeping up. It's close to 10, 9.62, Jamal.
Yes, but Tyrell Chico and Tariq Edward, they would represent the better cricketers. Or they are two of the best cricketers on Ireland. They are members of the national senior team, and they are two very fit young men. So one thing that we will see for sure, they will push the Soufriere Stompers team in the field with some aggressive running between the wickets, and they both possess the ability for boundary hitting.
Mesmin marshalling his troops. He's going to continue. This is his third over. 2 overs, 1 for 8. So an indication of how tight he has delivered from the bowling crease. Over number 11 starting as he comes in, bowls to Edward. Edward is driving airborne, but it will go in the gap and will bring the sweeper from off the deep cover boundary into play. 1 more to the total. 1 more to Edward. He goes to 22, 63 for 4. Chico will now come into strike. So these two slimly built players, the batters, they are not going to have it their way. It's going to be a challenge for them. They have to score at almost 10 runs and over if they are going to bring their team into the finals. Finals taking place on Saturday. Mesmin comes in, bowls to Edward. Edward will get the single as he plays into the short mid-wicket position. And although Mesmin is quick, he's not quick enough to prevent the single. Another one that takes the total to 64. 64 for 4. 75 needed. Mesmin coming back to his mark as Edward in strike. 22 from 22. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket. Third man, deep extra cover. Mesmin moves in, goes to Edward. Edward is lofting that. A chance for a catch to long on. Dropped. Another catch put down, this time Prosper, the offending party. Again, not a difficult catch. He was coming from the boundary and having to run maybe about 20 yards in. He got there. And two-handed catch. Seemed to have just gotten the tip of the fingers to it. And the single taken by Edward, he goes to 23. The total 65 for 4. Another bad miss by the Soufriere Stompers.
And you would remember, Claudius, that your best fielders are supposed to be in the hot zones. And I think that Dwight Thomas and Bronte Best should be the ones to be on the boundary.
Delivery that is struck on the pad going back, and the appeal going up, but umpire Maffrey not interested. Walking away. Might have been a change of pace, delivery, pace off. Definitely outfoxing Chico, struck on the pad. Not too far from the off stump, but being adjudged not out by the umpire. Dot ball recorded. 65 for 4. This is the 11th over. Mesmin moving away from us. Bowls to Chico. Chico is struck on the pad, or is that bowled? Looking for an almighty hoik on the onside, and has been castled by the Soufriere Stompers captain. An ugly looking shot from Chico, ending with his dismissal. So he goes bowled by Mesmin for 3. It's now 65 for 5, the Gros Knights.
Tyrell Chico did not give himself much time tonight to get going. He would have been quite destructive in the games gone by, especially at the Grizzly playing field. But we must remember, Claudius, that there has been a significant lapse of time in between games. It's been a long time that we've been waiting for the semifinals of the KFC SPL. And one of the things that can happen is that players can have the time to get into form and players can lose their form. And it looked as if Tyrell Chico did struggle a bit. He did face only 5 balls, but the usual timing that he gets upon entry into the crease, he just did not have it tonight and did not give himself enough time before he went after it. But to the credit of the Soufriere Stompers, the pressure was on. The run rate was already over 10. Tyrell Chico felt that he needed to do something, and Chennai Mesmin having the better of the exchange.
So, Soufriere, with this wicket, you'd have to suggest, has gotten their nose in front in the running. So 65 for 5. Lee John comes out. 74 still required. One delivery left in the 11th over. This is an 18-over affair. As Mesmin moves in, goes to John. John is back and beaten outside the off stump. The question being asked by Mesmin, but nothing doing. The umpire says it's over. A very good one from the Soufriere point of view, as it ends with them having this Grosley night 65 for 5, 74 required, with some 42 balls required, 42 balls left, 10.57 the required rate.
Yes, and if we're being honest, I would think that with the exit of Tyrell Chico, much of the hopes of the Grizzly team would have gone with him, because if you analyze their batting lineup, he would be the man that they would look to for those lusty blows. He is the man with the potential to and the ability to clear the boundaries with the regularity needed. The other batters are capable of the occasional big hit. Tariq Edward, a player that certainly is one for the future, but he's under significant pressure to deliver the goods tonight.
Tissot to start over number 12, moves in, goes to Edward. Edward is struck on the pad. There, a big appeal going up, but no response from the umpire. And it will remain at 65 for 5. So Edward is 23 from 24. What did you make of that shot? A close one.
Very close to my mind here. I think that would represent the third time that Tariq has escaped tonight.
Wow. Well, he needs to fight on. Tisson moving in, goes to Edward. Edward is getting a delivery that he plays into the offside midfielder. They will take advantage and get one, and think about the second, which is not on. An awkward bouncing return into the gloves of people. One more taker. 66 for 5. With that, Edward 24, and this will bring Lee John into strike. 73 now required. The required rate per over close to 11, 10.95. Lee John looking to give good support to Edward. They've got a mammoth task ahead of them. It's the required rate getting higher and higher. Tisson comes in, goes to John. John is playing it out towards the offside. The return will come in to the non-striker's end. The stumps are broken, but the umpire is not giving any decision. So they complete 2 as Lee John gets off the mark. 68 for 5. I mean, desperate stuff here. They're looking to eke out every run that is possible, John.
Yes, run really creeping up here. It's at 10.92. Every delivery that they do not score at least 2 or 3 runs, it's really jumping.
Tisson moving in, goes to John. John is looking to loft that on the onside, doesn't make contact. Tisson is right up in his face to complete the fielding as the ball virtually went nowhere. So a dot ball, 68 for 5, 71 required. Over 11 now. And Soufriere getting closer and closer to joining Miku Eagles as the semi-finalists of SPLT20 for 2023. 71 required. Of course, it's not impossible to get 11 per over, but it's a tall order. Tisson comes in, goes to John. John is driving out to Emmanuel on the edge of the circle at extra cover. And a single is all they're going to have as the total goes up by 1 to 69 for 5. With 11s and 12s required, Jamal, boundaries are paramount. You need to be able to find that rope and play it at least twice per over. T-Saw coming into balls to Edward. Edward lofts that out to the sweeper. Comes off the extra cover boundary. Once a second, misfield will allow it. As the return will come in now to Tennessee Hippolyte. So 2 to complete the 12th over. So the total now going with that couple to 71 for 5. With 6 overs left, 68 needed, 36 balls left. That's almost 11 and a half per over. More from you, Jamal, and then it's going to be Clivers to complete the innings.
At the beginning of that over from Bradley Tiso, the required run rate was 10.57. And after a disciplined over from him, it has jumped to 11.33. Boundaries, as you mentioned, they are paramount at this time. And every delivery that they do not get at least 2 runs, Clive, things just keep getting worse. The pressure is mounting. Lee John is a very capable batter, but he needs to find the ropes. Welcome back, Clivers.
Thank you, Jamal, and definitely the Grizzly Knight under some pressure here, and you're running hard between the wickets, but that will not be enough. And there is, and definitely the finger was up. They challenged for the second run. The return came in, and Lee John did not make good on his ground, and the dreaded finger went up. Another one bites the dust for the St. Grizzly Knights, and it is now 72 for 6. That's what the score will read. Lee John found short of his ground, and you could see the disappointment in Lee John, but definitely that's another nail in the coffin, Jamal.
Certainly, and from his reaction, he feels aggrieved. He clearly felt that he made his ground, but the umpire had positioned himself correctly and was able to make a good call. It did look out from our vantage point, and as you said, another nail in the coffin. And with every wicket that falls, the batter who's coming in generally he tends to be less competent than the batter before. So boundary hitting is paramount. But this is Chauvin Joseph, someone who did set the Dream 11 T10 alight. He was one of the leading run scorers for the Babano team in that tournament. So certainly he does possess the capabilities to make it happen for the Sailor Grizzly Knights.
Found he's batting very, very late in this batting lineup. Chauvin Joseph has immense ability, and he's coming in very late here. Under some pressure, the Sailor Grizzly Knights requiring some 67 runs from 35 balls, and it's a really big ask. 11.49, 11 and a half required and over, and Siobhan is getting a lifting delivery from outside of stump, really, from Mesmin, and plays this one out towards deep cover, and he comes through for a 1 run. So he's off the mark immediately is Siobhan. Tariq has been there for some time. Tariq he should be the one who really is seeing the ball bigger, but he's been living a charmed life tonight, Tariq Edward, and he has been placed under some pressure. He's been given some chances as well. Mesmin into Tariq, and edge found over the third man fielder out towards the boundary, and he will get that much needed boundary. Tariq Edward gets that. The score moves on to 77. 62 required from 33 balls. Jamal, the equation, that boundary helps bring it down a little bit to 11.27, but it's still a big, tall order.
Yes, chance number 3 or 4 for Tariq Edward, living a very charmed life, and a bit of complacency possibly creeping into the game of the Soufriere Stompers.
Mesmin bowling his 4th. Tariq is driving forcefully, almost took the legs off The bowler, he did well to get out of the way, Chennai Mesmin. This one was hit with some venom, Jamal.
A violent stroke here from Tariq, and he's looking pretty dangerous at the moment. And realizing that after being given those 3 or 4 lives, that things are working in his favor.
Certainly, he thinks that it is working in his favor. Siobhan Joseph comes into strike, and he is looking to play this one into the offside. It does not make contact. The ball goes through to wicketkeeper Hippolyte. It's another dot delivery, and Tariq is now looking to give some instructions to Joseph, and maybe just a word of encouragement. Last ball of that Chennai Mesmin over the last ball of his spell. He's 3.5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 18 so far. Mesmin, as he comes in to finish well, he'd want to finish with a dot or something less than a boundary. He comes into bowl to Marbles, and Marbles is just steering this one into the onside. Siobhan Joseph and Chennai will skip across to do the fielding, and the over comes to an end after 13 overs. Jamal, 79 for 6. The asking rate has reached 12 now. What do you think are the chances of the Sale Grizzly Knights team?
It is certainly still possible with the Soufriere Stompers continuing to give Tariq Edward opportunities to win the game. But just a word on Chennai Mesmin. You've just got to admire his leadership and his own personal performance and the way that he has gone about things tonight and for the entire tournament. I heard him speak in one of the interviews saying that he wanted to do it for the people of Soufriere, and certainly leading from the front and bringing back one of his strike bowlers in the form of Clem St. Rose.
Again, another good decision from Chennai Mesmin. Keep putting pressure. Some 30 deliveries, 60 runs to get, 12 required to the over, and they've taken 6 wickets from the Sale Grizzly Knights. So the SRDS Soufriere Stompers really in the driver's seat, and Joseph is pulling out towards mid-wicket. It comes through for 1. They think about the second, but it's not on the return, comes into the bowler's end, and it's only 1 they will get from this one. 80 for 6. 59 required from 29 balls, and the asking rate continues to head northward.
Yes, we started the over with a required rate of 12. It has now jumped to 12.21. But Mesmin needs to be careful with the field placing here. There is no one on the boundary at third man, nor fine leg.
St. Rose. And this one is in the over, extra cover out towards the boundary. Will get into the boundary. A sliding attempt from Mesmin, but he can't stop Edward from getting that much needed boundary. A very good shot from Edward, not looking to overhit, just chipping over cover and into the boundary.
Yes, and Clemson Rose guilty here. He should really be bowling much straighter to Edward when you're bowling from the pavilion end with the breeze blowing from left to right.
Again, this boundary takes Edward to, and finds the gap. If he does, it's going to challenge the boundary. Didn't have the legs on it, but a good shot nevertheless. He's been able to find the gap very well, and they will look for another. The extra run does come. A bit of sloppy fielding from the Soufriere Stompers. They begin to let things go a bit, but Tariq Edward, he was able to find the gap to perfection. Very narrow gap there between backward point and third man inside the 30th.
Shows the skill of the young man, but we did mention that the Soufriere team needs to be careful with the field placing that they have at the moment. I'm not convinced.
St. Rose into Joseph. Joseph plays this one out to his mid-wicket, and they're looking for the second run. It is on. The third might be even on to it's not. The fielder came off. The fielder came off really quickly on the boundary, but the 2 was taken rather easily. And just like that, Jamal, they've gotten some 10 from the over, and still 2 deliveries to go. they will need to do a lot more than that. If they could get another boundary in the over, would do well for the St. Gros Knights.
And just about this time last night in the previous, you saw that complacency and lackadaisical fielding having its say on the final result. So Soufriere really need to be careful here at this time.
Definitely should be careful as Centros comes in. He's been a bit expensive in this over, and this time he's on the pads of Joseph. Joseph tucks it into, is it tucked? It came off the pads into the onside, and a leg by being signaled here, and they move to a 90 for 6, and they require 49 from 25 balls. Still pretty much doable, Jamal, but it'll take some getting as well.
Yes, and they have the men at the wicket who are certainly capable of getting it done. It's just about who is able to hold their nerves.
Edward is in strike now to Clem. Clem is bowling a delivery. Oh, and there is a good bit of feeling. Did he get it? He did not quite make it, but he was a valiant effort from Clem Centros, diving to his right. Almost made a good effort here, but not able to collect cleanly. And the over comes to an end after 14 overs, 91 for 6. Now 48 required from 24. And really, the rate has gone back up to 12 at the end of the over.
Yes, but the Grizzly Knights, the batters, would have shown that they were capable of keeping up with the rate. They did get exactly 12 in that over, so they're certainly not out of the game by any stretch of the imagination. But one thing that surprised me was that Shanai Mesmin, he made the move. He decided to have bowled himself out, and he would have been one of the better bowlers of the night. So now he's basically hoping that the other men can deliver the goods for him, since he has taken away that option.
Yes, and now for the first time tonight, we will see Bronte Best. Maybe can Bronte Best hold his nerve? We know Bronte Best is very good at delivering some Yorkers. He might need to do that this evening.
Bronte Best really does his best work with the new ball, one of the more potent bowlers at the top of the innings, but being called upon quite late in the piece. And usually, when bowlers are introduced so late, it often does not go well for the bowling team.
Best right arm over the wicket to bowl, and Tariq is even big one. Oh, but he takes it into it's finally Prosper, Wayne Prosper. He takes this one right on the boundary. Thought it was going over him. It was a difficult chance, really, but he timed his jump to perfection, and we're seeing the back of Tariq Edward.
You could never count out the value of experience. Bronte Best would have tucked him up in games past. I was personally wondering why he wasn't introduced into the bowling quite earlier. But Captain Mesmin once again making the right moves at the right time, and Bronte Best was the man to dislodge Tariq Edward, a man who proved quite difficult to get rid of, a man that they did not want to get rid of. He would have offered some 3 or 4 chances, and finally Bronte Best, with his introduction into the attack, really driving one of those nails into the coffin.
But the delivery really, the shot was on Jamal. It's pretty short and really asking to be spanked. But Tariq Edward not getting the elevation required, neither the distance to get it over the rope. He was really going for it. And Prosper took a really good catch. So the Soufriere Stompers, they've shown that they can come up with the goods when they need to. And this evening, Prosper taking a good catch to dismiss Tariq, who had been living a charmed life. Somebody just whispered to me that he might have had some garlic in his pocket. I don't know what that signifies. But he did live a charmed life. Bronte Best coming in very late. Another stroke of magic by Shanai Mesmin. Best over the wicket to Montoot, who's driving out towards long off. and Prosper is patrolling that area. He comes off the rope and restricting them to just a solitary run. The score moves on by 1 to 92 for 7. Best 0.2 overs really, 1 for 1. And the Sale grows in the night. They slowly seeing their chances of making it to the final slipping through their fingers, and with the dismissal of Tariq Edward, one would think that now the SRDF Soufriere Stumpers are clearly in the driver's seat and they are in control of this encounter. Best over the wicket to Joseph, and he's bowled him. I mentioned that Yorker before, and the Yorker came up. Joseph was looking towards mid-wicket, and Best came up best at this time.
Bronte Best, where have you been? Bronte Best really answering the call of Mesmin. Not much conviction in that stroke from Marbles. He just, I think he was probably just looking to clip the ball into the leg side to pick up 2, but Bronte Best would have beaten him for pace. Bronte Best showing that he's no one-trick pony, not just a man for the new ball, but coming in at the back end where there was some pressure, had to defend his 12 runs there, picking up 2 wickets. Bronte Best, a former member of the national senior team, he would have gone through all levels for St. Lucia and the Windward Islands as well. So, well done to Bronte Best.
And the departure of Siobhan Joseph brings the national under-15 player Davin Ford to the crease. Davin Ford, not known for his batting prowess, but certainly has the ability to hit a long ball. I'm not sure that he'll be able to do so with Bronte Best. He's tail up, marshalling his field, really looking to get them in the right areas and getting set. But 92 for 8 in the 14th over. The Sale grows in the night, run the risk of not even batting out the 18 overs. Best into Ford, and Ford is driving to extra cover. Ecstasy Manuel is diving at extra cover, and Ford comes through for a single. And the score moves on by 1 to 93 for 8. Bronte Best bowling a very special over, Jamal.
Yes, but I would remember at the game at the Grizzly playing field that René Montoute, he smashed the record. He would have hit some 6 sixes at that ground, and something of that nature is certainly required at this time if the Sale Grizzly Knights are to cause an upset.
Definitely so, and Best will have other ideas as he comes in to Montoute, and a full delivery, so a delivery, and the finger goes up. One more to Bronte Best. Bronte Best is really working the magic and working through the lower order of the Sale Grizzly Knight. René Montoute, his only record tonight is he's going to walk back nice and slowly to the pavilion.
Clivers, you would have mentioned Bronte Best and that Yorker, and just pulling it out at the right time. René Montoute would have been looking for something on that length that he could have possibly tugged towards mid-wicket. Wasn't really expecting that Yorker. It had some good pace on it, hitting him on the toes, and he really would not have had any qualms about that decision here. This one was certainly going on to smash into those stumps. Bronte Best picking up some 3 wickets in the over, and he still has 1 ball remaining. The stuff of dreams there from Bronte Best.
Can he make it 4? Bronte Best, and Trent Belfort comes to the wicket. Trent Belfort is not known for his batting. Trent Belfort will do well to keep Bronte from getting 4 wickets and wrapping things up here in the 15th over. And Belfort, the right-hander, he takes his guard. Bronte Best is really looking down, staring down at Trent Belfort. Trent Belfort now is staring down the barrel as Bronte Best moves in. Right arm over the wicket to Belfort. And it's another Yorker. And is the finger going to go up? The umpire is saying that I'm not sure what, but Bronte Best, what an over, Jamal. How can you describe that over from Bronte Best?
I'm not even sure how to describe how that was not out, Clivers. This one here, from my vantage point, we should have seen the end of the game already. But in the mind of the umpire here, not out is the signal. We're just going to go with that. But an amazing over from Bronte Best, that if the Sale Grizzly Knights had any hopes of advancing to the finals there, they would have been dashed.
Definitely, with those 3 wickets for just 2 runs, Bronte Best have turned the game on its head and certainly booked Soufriere's place into the finals. This one is in the air and it's over. Clem St. Rose finishes it. Excess Emmanuel takes the catch at cover, and we're seeing the dismissal of Davin Ford, and it is all over. 93 all out, 15.1 overs. And the Sale Grizzly Knights really did not come to the party this evening. The SRDS Soufriere Stompers, they brought in the goods, and now they have secured their place in the finals, Jamal.
Yes, and we would have seen from the onset that they were the team that had the right level of desperation and intent to really come here and get and book their place in the finals. And just watching Soufriere in the field, you saw them buzzing for the entire night, and we did not really see that from the Sale Grizzly Knights. So the team who wanted it more got it.
Definitely the desire was there from the Soufriere Stompers, and they definitely brought the goods and really registering a comprehensive victory this evening. And just to recap, Jamal, what went down, we had some excellent performances, but we had the Sale Grizzly Knights winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. The Soufriere Stompers, they got to 138 for 8 in their allotted 18 overs. We had a truncated game because of the rain delay, and Julian Sylvester, he was bowled by Davin Ford for 1. Dwight Thomas caught Lee John, bowled Tyrell Chico for 58. Excess Emmanuel caught Tariq Edward, bowled Rennie Montoot for 16. Tennessee Hippolyte bowled Lee John for 11. Chennai Mesmin caught Chico, bowled John for 1. Bradley Tisson caught Chico, bowled Belfort for 19. Best caught Zidane Arthur, bowled Chico for 5. Dalius Monroe's 4 not out. Gassi caught Tariq Edward, bowled Chico without scoring. Clem St. Rose 12 not out. Extras a healthy 11. The bowlers, Tyrell Chico 4 overs, no maidens 3 for 40. Davin Ford 2 overs, no maidens 1 for 14. Rennie Montoot 3 overs, no maidens 1 for 15. Tariq Edward 2 overs, none for 16. Siobhan Joseph 2 overs, none for 18. Lee John 3 overs, 2 for 20. Trent Belfort 2 overs, 1 for 14. Fall of wickets, Sylvester 1 for 1. Emmanuel 45 for 2, 74 for 3, 84 for 4, 110 for 5, 190 for 6, 125 for 7, 126 for 8, and they got to 138. Sale Grizzly Knights 93 all out in 15.1 overs. Zidane Arthur caught Tisson, bowled Prosper for 7. Elcock, LBW St. Rose for 1. Chad Goodman caught Best, bowled Mesmin for 13. Tariq Edward caught Prosper, bowled Best for 39. Dominic Ogis, LBW Tisson for 8. Chico, bowled Mesmin for 3. John run out Best for 4. Joseph, bowled Best for 5. Rennie Montoot, LBW, bowled Best for 1. Davin Ford caught Ecstasy Manuel, bowled Clem St. Rose for 1. Belfort not out on 0. The bowling for the SRDS Soufriere Stompers, Prosper 3 overs, no maidens 1 for 14. Clem St. Rose 3.1 overs, 2 for 25. Gassi 1 over for 15. Mesmin 4 overs, no maidens 2 for 19. Bradley Tisson 3 overs, no maidens 1 for 17. Bronte Best 1 over, 3 wickets for 2 runs. So clearly the Sale Grizzly Knights outplayed tonight. And the Soufriere Stompers, congratulations to them, Jamal, they are in the finals.
Yes, a team end to a very good campaign by the Sierra Grizzly Knights. They would have had some standout players in the tournament, but this is the end for them. And we must point out the inspirational leadership of Shania Mesmin, and it will be interesting to see how that leadership comes up against the leadership of Darren Sammy in the finals.
Yes, it will be an interesting final. So just asking our viewers to join us on Saturday at 2 p.m. for the 3 p.m. correction for the third place playoff, and the 7 p.m. for the grand finals of the Avatar Healthcare Holdings Miku Eagles taking on the Soufriere Regional Development Foundation Soufriere Stompers at 7 p.m. on Saturday. Don't miss that one. So, of course, on behalf of our entire commentary team, Jamal James, Greg Wilson, Claudius, Emmanuel, and myself, Clivers Jones, and of course, our production team would like to say thank you for staying with us. It's really late, well, early in the morning, and do join us on Saturday for the finals and third place of the KFC SPLT20. Good night.
It's a new day. A day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment. To work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Chozelle is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Chozelle Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pocket every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
Morning, it's already after midnight, and of course this has been semi-finals 2 right here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds, and it was all about the Premier Sports Inc. presenting to you the KFC SPLT20 powered by the National Lotteries Authority semi-finals 2. Tonight it was all about the Gros Knights versus the Soufriere Stompers, and boy, Sulphur City brought it to Gros tonight, covered in souf right about now. So we're gonna speak to the captain of the Gros Knights, Mr. Goodman. Mr. Goodman, join us here tonight. Tell us how was this game tonight? How was this experience? I know you being in the okay. So we're starting off with making the semi-finals.
Well, I mean, it's always a good feeling to get through to the semi-finals of any tournament. It's disappointing. I mean, everybody can tell nobody likes to lose, especially in big games like that. But at the end of the day, we had played good cricket throughout the tournament to get us to the semi-finals, but we just fell short tonight.
Right, okay. Well, apart from that, what were the highlights of tonight? What really piqued your interest as far as your team was concerned?
Well, I believe our bowlers did exceptionally well at the start. We were able to restrict Soufriere to 138 in 18 overs. I think that's exceptional. Our batters just did not step up tonight.
All right. So as far as the SPLT20 coming back, with a bang, how did you feel about this whole series?
Yeah, it's always good to have cricket back, and I mean the atmosphere here is always lovely. It's always good vibes, and there's always positivity in the stadium. People enjoying themselves, so it's a good atmosphere for cricket.
Right, wonderful. So, looking forward to anybody you back in for the finals.
I'll remain neutral.
All right. So, looking forward to seeing you next year with more vigor, more vibe, more energy. Yes.
Right. Yes.
Wonderful. All right. So, thanks again. So, we spoke to the captain of the losing team tonight, but Sulphur City definitely took the spot, and of course we have our captain here from the Soufriere Stompers. Captain, you brought the Souf to Gros. Right about now we covered in Sulphur. Talk to us.
I mean, yeah, we have to come good today. I mean, I'm proud of the boys, how we feel it especially. We wanted to score at least 170 odd. We didn't get that. We fell well short of that, 40 odd runs short of that. But we've been defending low totals in the tournament, and we backed ourselves, and we did that again.
Wonderful. All right. So, what were the highlights of tonight?
First off, starting off with Dwight, the way he played. I spoke to him before the game, told him we need a big one. He came through. Kudos to him on that. Our bowlers, our fielding was exceptionally well. The bowlers came up. Myself, Wayne, Bradley, all the guys came through.
So now that you are part of the finals, how does it feel? How would you feel if you bring that finals down to Sulphur City this year?
I mean, that's the ultimate goal. It will be a pleasure and a privilege to do that. I have done that before with another team, so I'm looking to do it with Soufriere this time and make everybody feel good down Soufriere.
All right, wonderful. So your overall feelings of SPLT20 for this year?
SPL is always great. Always great. We always bring energy, always bring good entertainment to the fans, and then we're just looking to do that come Saturday.
Wonderful. All right, so we're looking forward to seeing the whole Sulphur City crew coming up the road, you know, to cheer you guys on, and definitely you're looking forward to a win.
Yes, for sure. Just look out for some more entertainment, better cricket, and joyful cricket.
All right. So congratulations to the Soufriere Stompers for making it to the finals, which will be happening Saturday afternoon right here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds. Now, we're about to announce the man of the match. And of course, with me I have Marias here to let you know exactly who got that coveted title tonight. Wonderful. Congratulations, Mr. Thomas, taking it to Sulphur City. How do you feel about tonight's game?
First of all, thank you, and thank you for the Almighty for the opportunity. Yeah, we came in very confident. I think from day one we've said it, that we have the bowling attack to defend any total. Today it was just important that I stayed in and bat. I was very disappointed in the last game where I got out first ball. So I made it my duty to contribute to our winning cause today.
Wonderful. All right. So what are the highlights of tonight that really got you going?
It's the energy in the field. I think that's something that we've had throughout the tournament. I know our batting has not been what we want it to be, but one thing that we've had throughout the tournament is camaraderie and then energy in the field, and that paid off today.
Wonderful. So, Sulphur City is in the finals. How do you feel? Is the energy already building up?
Definitely. We'll take the next maybe 10 minutes to celebrate, but we have a bigger game on Saturday, so it's just about remaining focused, remaining humble. Just one more game, one more opportunity, and we're ready to take it.
All right. So, what's going to happen on Saturday? Will we be flying or will we be stomping in the Sulphur? So, let's see what happens. Congratulations, Mr. Thomas. All right. So, guys, this is it for semi-finals number 2. Please keep it tuned in. Don't go anywhere, because Saturday we're going to rock your socks off with a finals game that will definitely be the biggest. Miku Eagles versus Soufriere Stompers on Saturday. Oh, that's going to be awesome. So again, we'd like to thank our sponsors on board: KFC, the National Lotteries Authority, Bank of St. Lucia, Nagico, Computer and Business Services, Flow, and also Scott's Sports and Awards. Join us on Saturday. People, come out. Come on. Come all. The tickets cheap, as low as $10. Then we have VIP, we have VVIP, we have some drinks, food, everything. Bring your taboo, bring your drums, bring your horns, bring your conch shell, bring everything. We're gonna celebrate on Saturday. It's going to be an awesome KFC SPLT20 right here at Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds. Good night and good morning.
It's a new day, a day we've been waiting for our whole lives. This is the beginning of something that we thought was impossible. We've put in the work to get to this moment, to work together as a team. And trust me, they know that Chosel is on the rise. What they don't know is that we are just getting started.
Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pockets every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
At Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914. Or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your Baka, with 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust. This is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.